Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo and I'm here with 6Speed and we're casting day 2 of the round of 32 Lobby B Spark Series Qualifiers. So yeah, today we have our last 6 games. Reminder that everybody wants to be in the top 8 of the leaderboard to be able to move on, and tonight's rotation is Miramar, Erangel. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. You want to do a little bit of a recap, 6Speed?
Yeah, so I don't think we need to talk about much about Gascans being in the lead with over 56-point lead, I believe. The big thing to talk about here is just going to be that second through bottom half of the lobby. I mean, there's a lot of points to play for. Anybody's capable of getting enough points to get themselves in that qualification spot. I mean, even looking at the standings here between second place and 15th, there's only a difference of about 35 points. So really, Span, anything can happen today. I'd like to see a lot of these teams play aggressive, but I think with the lobby being so close together, they'll kind of play it out for the first few games and look to pick up those wins. So we just have to wait and see what happens.
Now, is there anybody on the right side of the leaderboard right now that you hope to see on the left side of the leaderboard by the end of these games?
I definitely think True Sight has a chance. They do have forward back, so they'll be a 4-man up for this game. A strong team coming out from them. Also, some good friends of mine. I do think we'll see a surprising from Gravity if they're not too far away from the zones like they were last night. And then also an interesting predicament here. Nightly Esports Kite was actually sick tonight, so they're picking up Unciviled as a fourth sub for their team. So very interesting to see that there. We'll see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how their gameplay might change because of that sub in so far. But I already went on ahead, moved to the map. We continue talking, but wanted to point out a little bit that this is going to be our first playing path of today. We can see it started way up in the northeast by Terrabianca. Barranca, and ending down there by Los Higos. Everybody once again spreading out quite evenly, so we're going to be fine there. And there's actually our sub team going to Valdemar right now for Nightly. And a reminder that you guys can look at leaderboard with exclamation point leaderboard. Sorry, I gotta put that in there as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, first off, we see Gascans taking that really wide aggressive split on that northeast side. So unfortunately for them, this zone is going to pop far to the west. So look to see as these teams make their rotation. Nightly Esports not taking their normal Pozo drop. So we will see how this plays out, as it does look like 300 is moving pretty early to possibly take over Monte Nuevo. Again, another team just like Gascans, they like to get that really wide split. So they're going to look to cover a lot of this ground early, knowing there's not many teams out that direction.
No, not at all. And that's their drop spot, and I've noticed that they really love to just get to their drop spot. So even if the zone didn't go here, I could basically guarantee that they would have gone on ahead and driven over there anyway to loot on up. I'd also like to point out you mentioned the gas can split, and we saw Oldless actually get punished for that, I believe, in our last game last night on Miramar, but it looks like he's not going to be punished this time. He's going to be fine up there in those warehouse compounds, so I'm a little bit surprised by that he went here again, that the crash isn't happening on him again potentially, but
I think Beast Gaming being one of those teams that are just barely out of that qualification spot of eighth, they'll I think they will look to possibly make that happen in these next couple games, possibly game 2 or 3 here, because they know Oldless is going to be at the compound. He's at the compound every single Miramar game last night, I believe. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try and get a little aggressive in the next couple games, pick themselves up some simpler points there, being that they could use them to get in that qualification spot.
definitely. I mean, you mentioned you want to see aggression, but we might see just pacifism for a while, a little bit of carefulness, and I mean that really is just the two hard play styles for an end like this. I mean, we could see these guys at the very bottom, like, needing these points, starting to be super aggressive, or even the guys at the top of the leaderboard, they're just like, whatever, going on ahead and doing whatever the heck they want to try and gain more points, and really just depends on the team. Like, some teams just play a little bit more scared than others, but I mean, Gascans, for example, we can already see that Honey Badger is actually chasing some of the no-cap members. They're going to be playing aggressively. Like, we already know that. They're past 100 points just after 6 games. Like, they're going to continue to try and be aggressive.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game that Honey Badger and the rest of Gas Cans, they're really the only team that have solidified themselves a guaranteed spot in this qualifying round. But for everyone else, I mean, even second place, it could be a toss up if they have a rough day of game. So I think you will see Gas Cans, as aggressive as they are, try new things, try different stuff, maybe even be more aggressive than they were last game and just get themselves prepped for the group stages upcoming. So that could spew trouble for other teams that are trying to get these essential points if gas cans are going to spoil their day.
Yeah, it also looks like our sub on Civil Fortnite Esports went ahead and accidentally flipped his bicycle. He's currently, his bike. He's currently downed over here on the western side. We can go on ahead and already see Tetra for Nightly Esports going on ahead and trying to go for the res, but that's definitely going to be a little bit of a setback. I have a feeling he was trying to send himself up there to gain something or start scouting for something, and unfortunately his motorcycle flipped.
Yeah, Span, if we can get a look on Odyssey right in the middle there, they're actually rotating right between these two teams. And with 300 and Lost Reality both being very aggressive, I think we'll see possibly some shots coming out from Via on the hill here.
Yeah, because see, Eva, he like looked, he started dipping down, and that's when Viha instantly started shooting with that 3x SKS. Eva having enough time to be able to go on ahead and pull off, though I'm surprised maybe that they didn't let just one of them go on ahead and meet them in there, but better to shoot off than bait in, I guess, if you had to choose one. Especially with only 6 games left. We can see that there is a lot of damage going on to Odyssey, actually, from Nefrahor and Viha. Again, already using up some of their meds. It actually looks like Mara only has bandies left, and his helmet is down to half HP. The rest of 300 is going to go on ahead and pull up to their position. Interesting play by Voxic. What is happening here? Oh, but Maro is going to get a knock onto Nefrahor. That's going to make Viha have to pause and go for the res on that.
Yeah, I guess Odyssey didn't have enough info to be able to make a crash there. I mean, like we talked about, 300 playing those very wide, aggressive splits possibly could have pulled up on that to try and take the compound from them. But just using it as an opportunity to get away, Evasion had already anchored them a strong compound there to the northeast. So they are able to scrape away from that with the help of Maro's bolty knock there. So very good on them as they start to rotate their way into some compounds over there. A lot of these teams on the northeast starting to try and find their way in as well. We do have Nightly in a very, very strong position on that west side hill, so they can be prepped to move whether the circle goes farther west or if it pulls down low ground east.
It also looks like there's already a crate in place. Somebody already went on ahead and took it. I assume one of the BNL members grabbed it, and that is... Yep, there you go. Gats with the AUG and the level 3 gear, so already a crate weapon is in play. And we're now almost 7 minutes in. I mean, I hope everybody's in vehicles by now. It looks like everybody except for the majority of Gascans are in right now, trying to make their rotations.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about Span, I think we are. I mean, even now we are seeing the teams are just playing very cautiously. Even with all that congestion in the middle, you're not seeing too much. Curious to see if No Cap will catch out SQZ here on that northeast side. Not sure if he has a vehicle over there. He does have a buggy, so he should be able to pull away. But yeah, I mean, these teams once this next circle pops, especially with a lot of that western side of the circle unplayable, we could see these fights start to pop off here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for now if everybody's just gonna go on ahead and stay back. Obviously, be shooting at each other. This is definitely the time to try and take out tires and armor. But otherwise, we're not gonna see anything massive until this next zone closes. And obviously, that is going to be a while. We have about 2 minutes still, and everybody's still taking their good old time making these rotations. I mean, we can see Nutters all the way down on the southern side going for a very far southern ramp coming in up on Val. I mean, the only other person that did that so far is Gravity, and all of that's going to be open. Honestly, like this massive hill where BNL is at is playable, and I wouldn't be surprised if Nutters goes on ahead and takes that. And on the opposite side, Beast Gaming also taking their time to get inside, going for a wide northern rotate. And I mean, the edges are always going to be free and open, so that's exactly what is happening right now, and it looks like they're just gonna stay and play the edges for now, carefully.
Yeah, Gravity has actually started to make their way on that south side, so they're running a huge 2-2 split on those southern mountains there. You see True Sight starting to link up together on their northwest side. 300 popping out some shots onto them, but they're going to skate away for free pretty easily here. We were watching, I think it was the second or third game of Miramar. I talked to you about how the planes tend to hard shift when they're further away from the middle of the plane path. So if that stays true, I think we might see the circle go to the north or northwest again.
You'll definitely have to keep an eye out on that. It also looks like a little bit of a whoopsie happened here. Arson went on ahead and knocked Zolmox, but it does look like they're going to be able to successfully use smoke to cover all of those sight lines, but we can see in the distance that a lot of these guys want to try and capitalize off of that. I think it's Voxic currently shooting at that. Yeah, he is with that 4X Mini, but I don't think he's going to be able to get anything. We can see little highlights of their bodies. They're safely behind some sort of a ridge. And this is the point where everybody is inside of these edges, but you can see everybody trying to kind of like poke around, trying like rotate around to see something that they can play, and they're instantly getting shot off.
Yeah, if you look on this north side now, all these teams that are starting to make their way in late are just now kind of coming in the northeast side. So we might be about to see an engagement with No Cap and Beast Gaming here. Yeah, Medics start to rotate. A lot of shots coming out from Beast. He's not quite able to escape away, though. Some great mini shots coming in from Nike. So they're going to be able to pick up the flush on that. Zone is going to pop. It does go kind of north, but it is going to make a northeast shift. So a lot of these teams on the south side, going to have to make some pretty quick rotates if they want to find themselves some good spots in zone.
Yeah, it looks like Plube is the only one over here for No Cap. It looks like they went for a big 2-2 split. You can see the bullets from the rest of the No Cap members going towards Beast Gaming right now as they're making their rotation. And it looks like Adit might be going on ahead and scouting out this compound. That's just might be where they're going to continue to play for the rest of this. Everybody else instantly grabbing their vehicles and trying to cram in here. It'll be interesting to see if any of these guys are going to start condensing. It actually already looks like LR did a little bit, leaving from this brick building and moving to this more northern compound. You also see that Gascans getting in a fight with Vertigo on their rotation. It looks like Oldless getting a knock on the EQ-SKZ. He was super low, getting shot in the distance, but doesn't seem to be following anytime soon. I wonder if M-Clean or the rest of Vertigo will be able to go save their teammate, but as we can see from the map, they're very split up.
Yeah, the rest of Gascans now on that northeast side, trying to make something happen with this No Cap team here. They did have some pretty good sight lines on there, but No Cap are going to play patient, knowing that they have one member down, and they do have 60 just split across the street on that west side. But Oldless is going to turn around and get a knock now on SQZ, so or the flush matter.
Mm-hmm.
So very good on them to pick up an early point. Not that they need it, but like we talked about, Gascans just absolutely just starting off this game with the domination that they've shown through the entire first day.
Definitely. It also looks like Barely Not Legal went on ahead and took the compound just underneath 300's nose, and that was Headpick's opportunity to actually go ahead and take that vehicle and move to the other side of the hill. So it seems like they're kind of setting themselves up to make sure that BNL aren't able to leave this compound easily whatsoever. And honestly, I'm not surprised seeing this come out of 300.
Yeah, again, 300. This is where like they kind of lose their momentum is when they get very far split away from one another like this. When they have members that are soloed out from one another, teams are able to take advantage of this. And unfortunately, like we talked about with Gascans playing this wide splits, nobody is really able to take advantage of their positioning. But it does look like Vertigo is looking to make a push onto their position here. So let's take a peek over into this. Gascan's slowly creeping up. I imagine a bunch of utility will come out here as Vertigo are playing those backside ridges on this shantytown now.
Yeah, they did have a nice split. Two of them were on the big plateaus farther to the south, and M Queen was here alone. It looks like they did come back to try and help each other out, but decided it was not worth it. Already going on and running out. Oldless going for a little bit of a spray onto M Queen as he was trying to disengage. And honestly, Sambuca, he did not get away fast enough. He's currently proned out in the bull directly underneath this compound. You can see the rest of Gascans so far probably thinking they got away, but Sambuca spots out Honey Badger here. That's definitely going to be hurtful onto him, but Sambuca is definitely in a bad position here because here comes Nikos, and it looks like Oldest went on ahead, spotted him out, going for a little bit of a spray with that 3x. Down to 1 HP, though, is that is going to be it. You can see Rahel was trying to run as fast as he could to save his teammate. It is a little bit too late to save him from the knock, but he did save him from the flush, instead getting the knock and the kill onto Oldest, and now he's trying to go ahead and scope out Honey Badger and Adam.
Yeah, so unfortunate for both teams. They're losing a couple players. Adam will get that finish on Sambuca here. So more shots coming out as this utility's coming out from clean. They're looking to try and clean this up now, but Gascans again still 3 up, looking like they have the stronger position with the high ground here.
I'm a little bit worried because M Clean and Rahel definitely aren't playing together, and I feel like with an aggressive team like this, they need to be. I think M Clean might have just spotted Nikos out there, but instead he's going on ahead and offense. It'll nade down next to his vehicle. I have a feeling he's about to be double pushed by both Honey Badger and Nico, so it's not looking too good for him. And we can see that Honey Badger went ahead and spotted out Rahel, so it's just going to be down to M Clean now. You can definitely hear the footsteps of Nico's going on above him. He's going to go and stand up, seeing if he can capitalize off this, but oh, I think Nico spotted him just in the corner of his eyes, and Adam coming on over. He does get a nice knock on the Honey Badger, I will say, but Adam from far, I mean, just the sheer difference of men up for these two teams, that was going to be the end of it, and it looks like Vertigo is going to be our first team out. Gascans already up to 4 kills.
Yeah, while that fight was going on, True Sight actually crashed over into Odyssey's compound there on the west, and unfortunately for them, we're getting shot at by Lost Reality, and I believe also 300. So losing 2 players, but they have managed to find themselves in the compound with Odyssey now. Spray coming out from Tanaka, doing a tiny bit of damage on the Berry Vibes, but just not quite finding them. Utilities coming in, but the Molotov is just going to be a little bit short, so Berry should be able to be in there. But yeah, that second... Oh,
ooh,
no.
I swear it landed just on him.
Evasion with a great spray to be able to get the knock on him, Berry now, and looks like Zolmak's going to be the last man standing and try and make something happen with Odyssey here, but unfortunately the 4v1 is not looking good for him.
It looks like Evasion knowing about exactly where Zolmax is. I mean, where else could he be? He's going to throw a preliminary Molotov. It doesn't do any damage to him, and it looks like Zolmax is going to get the down onto Eva, but with that peek over trying to flush it out, it looks like Sazu there is going to spot him out and get the last kill. Trusai is going to be taken out, and it looks like the res on Evasion is in fact going to happen because he's safely behind that half wall. I also feel like I see a little bit of a... what is that? Yeah, there we go, a shadow. I was gonna say, are they about to get gifted a crate, but it looks like it's going a little bit further away, actually landing around these two teams currently fighting, Nutters and Beast Gaming. We see there's a down for Pankill and Jam, but Ripper going on ahead and getting a little bit of a trade onto Beastio. Nice to go ahead and reload as he's currently getting pushed from his western side as well. I don't know where his other teammate is, but so far it looks like Ripper is here alone. Oh, well, there he is. It looks like Seal is going to go on ahead and get the knock onto Aguila as well. It's now just down to Ripper, and they know exactly where he is. Oh, he's blinded, but he gets the knock with the blind, and there's the flush as well. I think he might be able to go on ahead and get that res onto him, and I think Beast Gaming might just be down to 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Beast there, the great play from Ripper to be able to push out as the stun was coming in. Still caught him, not as aggressively as it could have if he had stayed out of the room. But now Nutter's able to get that res off, and they'll be left with two players now, I believe. So we'll keep an eye on them. If we take a look down at the south span, as this zone shifts to the west, we have a lot of teams caught out on this outside edge here. So it's going to be a hard time for them to find their way in with pretty much all of these compounds in the circle already occupied.
Definitely. It also looks like on the northern side, people are trying to go for some rotations that didn't work out. Two of the Nightly Esports members are going to be cut out by no cap. There you can see Attic going on ahead and flushing them out, both Civil and Chetra down and out of the rest of this game. And here comes the rotation from BNL on the southern side, seeing if they could go try and find a home inside of here. They might be just going for the shed on the side of this hill. So far, they're aiming right for it. Yeah, that's exactly where they have to go. Honestly, where else are they able to play? It looks like Mishy Boy from Lost Reality is, in fact, going to spot out Ian and D-Rich, though, from Gravity, going to go on ahead and steal it. But the rest of BNL, all three of them, are going to find cover in this very small shack just on the edge of zone. Other guys, though, are going for a little bit more of an aggressive play. We can see that 300 is currently crashing onto the position of Odyssey. Viha already down right now.
Yeah, very good crash from them. It's Odyssey with only a solo member in that compound. Maro with a great spray and flush on a Neferhor. And now the rest of Odyssey are looking to make a push on this. As 300 only have 2 players remaining. They are going to be able to get the res on a Via, I believe. His technique plays spoiler, but he is going to get knocked as Odyssey starts their push in. Another knock coming out, and that's going to be 300 eliminated. One of these teams in the strong upper half of the leaderboard going out in 14th place.
That was a really nice push from Eva and Maro there. I mean, Eva, he ended up getting 2, I think, and then Maro just had to trade the 1. Honestly, I don't think Eva should have been able to do that, but he was able to. That was very nicely played from Odyssey, and now they have all 4 up, actually, still in this very center of zone, so they're definitely in a strong position. Meanwhile, you can see in the feed that everybody's dying around them. Looks like No Cap went on ahead and finished up the fight with Nightly Esports, taking them out. It looks like we're down to just 12 teams left.
Yeah, Sneak Attack was on the north side trying to take over a shack, but unfortunately just getting caught in his vehicle too far away, wasn't able to make the run in. So very unlucky for him. You see Gravity now starting to make their send. Battylow and D-Rich, the last 2 players remaining. Battylow taking a little bit of damage. They are losing a tire now. They start to spin out. Not looking good for him. A lot of sprays coming from across the map here. I'm not sure how Battylow's managed to stay alive in here. And just 12 HP, he is going to peak this compound with Odyssey.
Yeah, D-Rich had gotten a really nice knock onto one of the Lost Reality members before they attempted their rotation, probably hoping that it was going to catch enough of their attention, but that's an entire 4-man in that compound. So that definitely didn't work out for them. Unfortunately, their tire was lost, so you can see that they're very, very low in terms of armor. At least they still have some util for now, but I mean, still, that off look from the last Odyssey member is still going to go on ahead and spot out Battylow, and it looks like D-Rich is going to go on ahead and follow right after. We're down to 11 teams after. That was honestly a really hard place to be able to play. I don't think that they would have lasted much longer anyway on that.
Yeah, I'm surprised Odyssey was running that huge split there. They still have that 1 member in their warehouse. Now a lot of shots coming out between Barely Not Legal and Anime Thighs. So Anime Thighs in a rough position here as this zone again makes a hard west shift. Are able to get quite a bit of damage out there to the south on a Black Mamba since they do have a player knock. So now Caden getting the knock on a matched up too. Absolutely just tearing this Black Mamba's team apart. Should look to get some of these flushes in here. But both teams just in really poor positions as they need to start making their way as this zone begins to close.
Yeah, it looks like all these guys are in really hard position. We can see that there's just knocks going back and forth. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the res on the Mac up. It's just down to Protege. Oh, and right as I got over there, it looks like Black Mambas is going to be eliminated by BNL. And now it's just down to Wades to try and get these 2 reses. It looks like Richie B is currently stuck on the outside of their little shack there. And that means Anime Thighs and Lost Reality could be in a position to do some damage. But it actually looks like Nutters are getting involved in trying to take out Rephrase. The last one up for Anime Thighs, and I think that's going to be it. Yep, that blue zone just taking too much damage on phase 5. They're going to be eliminated in 8th. BNL also realizing that their super later just trying to run in the open with this zone will just spot them out.
Yeah, I'm curious if Anime Thighs left their 2 members there on edge to be able to try and pick up some kill points as they knew it was going to be a rough end into this zone, but I don't know how, but Barely Not Legal is somehow making this push for free. They could find themselves in an engagement with Lost Reality here or Odyssey, depending on how they want to push, but taking their time right now.
It looks like they are, in fact, going on ahead, going for the crossover onto Lost Reality's position. Will Mitchy Boy be able to spot them out in time? They're directly next to him. It doesn't look like it's going to realize, and with that, Wades is going to get the down and the flush with that barrel, and the rest of Barely Not Legal are moving their attention to the rest of Lost Reality, getting another knock onto Tio Rex. Is just 2 left. Down goes Stone Storm. That means Dahoshi's the last one alive, and all of that smoke there. And I don't know if Barely Not Legal have any nades left. It looks like they do have a few Molotovs, but here comes the zone. They're not in just yet. They have to go on ahead and still be aggressive and clear this out if they're going to hope to be able to play here.
Yeah, some absolutely impressive play from Wade's there, Span. I mean, we saw it yesterday in the Los Leones on Miramar games yesterday, picking up a 1v4 and also a 1v3, I believe. And now he's picked up 3 players off Lost Reality, just leaving Dahoshi as the last member. So, I mean, Wade's has certainly picked himself up quite a bit of highlights as they come into this zone here.
Yeah, it also looks like Richie B unfortunately was taken down. Here comes a push from Gats and Wades. Will they be able to take out the last member of LR? Will Dahoshi be able to make a 2v1 happen here? He's currently blinded, but here we go. I think that was going to be it. He was blinded, just barely catching out Gats at the end there, but Gats with that AUG just was able to go on ahead and shred him down. It does look like both of their armors are very low, but they hopefully will be able to go on ahead and loot up a little bit. And as you can see from this zone shift, it isn't over yet for them. They're just outside of zone. Meanwhile, really there's only 2 teams inside of zone here, Odyssey and Just Play. I mean, I do think that Gascans will be able to easily come in and play off of this, but they're currently distracted by trying to take out the last member of Beast Gaming.
Yeah, an impressive start for Barely Not Legal here. Just sitting in that 6th place spot before this game started, but with 9 kills, they're looking to be in a good position to make it. A great spray coming out from Sazu. They're able to get the knock on those Rippers. Push, but a good follow-up nade there coming from him is now this last 1v1 looks like it's gonna make its place. Barely Not Legal though, now finding a spray on Sazu for par. Gat's able to get that knock and crawling behind the wall. I think Ripper's gonna be able to get the flush out. Yeah, he is.
But unfortunately now Nutters is also just down to 1 member left. There's a lot of solos right now, isn't there? Oh, no, just 2. Oh no, just 1. Okay, there we go. So we still have 5 teams up. There's only going to be 1 solo up so far, because it does look like Gascans were able to successfully take out the solo from Beast Gaming. And now, I mean, they don't have too much to be able to play, but they do have some vehicles. It looks like I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for some sort of a crash here, either onto these hay bales or straight onto Odyssey, honestly.
Yeah, so Ripper was able to get himself on that western compound with the vehicle, so I think he'll be able to play that edge on the 2-story as Honey Badger is just looking on. He's going to pop out the tires, preventing any push from him further, but Ripper is now smoking across that 2-stories. It does look like Gascans are starting to aggress towards this and try and take out this last member. Some shots coming out from Honey Badger, but just not going to land. It does look like Ripper will be in zone for at least 1 more shift here.
Yeah, and we can see that the zone is just about to close. Very few seconds left. Gascans are, in fact, just inside zone. It's a very small bowl here, so they don't have to do anything majorly aggressive just yet. But I honestly don't know where they'd be able to go to. It looks like they're just going to go on ahead and wait and see, because at this point, I feel like it might be a crash on a Just Play or Odyssey, but we're going to see where is the zone going to push, who's going to be happy. And it looks like both Just Play and Odyssey are going to be quite happy so far. It's actually going to go on ahead and center up on both of them. That means our 2 last members of BNL are going to have to make a push onto Odyssey. Ripper is going to have to push across in the open on this road. And Gascans, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to look for some sort of a knock here before they just go on ahead and push something insane.
Yeah, I don't think Ripper is going to be able to make his way in. He is kind of pinched between Gascans and BNL here. I mean, obviously Odyssey and Just Play have the stronger position, but we know Gascans is an extremely technical team. They do have vehicles to use, so I'm curious to see if they're going to crash onto Just Play here and try and get an initial knock with some drive-by action. So we'll keep an eye on that. Barely Not Legal again, trying to have a hard time in, as they're going to have to cross over towards Odyssey, who will be looked to holding them out.
It It looks like Evasion is going to be the one that spots out Ripper, so Nutters is going to be eliminated. It looks like Gascan's actually trying to move in just on this very small ridge here to play off of. I don't know how well they're going to be able to play there, but I mean, Odyssey, they only have 3 up, and it looks like nobody is on this far edge building to try and spot them out. Instead, they're focusing wholeheartedly on the cross of Barely Not Legal, and because of that, I mean, it's allowing teams like Gascans, who's in a very, honestly, questionable position, to safely be inside of zone here.
Yeah, so Wade started to make that cross there. As he got shot out of the vehicle by Morrow, Morrow actually got knocked from the vehicle driving into him. So I thought that was going to be an initial knock for Gats there, but unfortunately, it does look like Gats is going to try and pull away from this and cross on this left side. He's just going to have so much crossfire coming out from Gascans now. And that's going to be it. Adam's going to clean him up. And that's going to be a 10th kill for Gascans going into this 3rd place spot.
I was gonna say, Gats didn't even have a helmet or a vest, so honestly that cross is going to be quite impossible. So yeah, so far it looks like Honey Badger with 7 of Gascan's points. They're just barely being able to play on the edge of the zone here somehow. But we're down to the last 3 teams, and we can see that 2 of them are 3-mans, and the last one is an entire 4-man. Each of these guys, each in control of their own 3rd, I'd say. It's definitely Gascans with the least amount of territory, but where will this zone go? Will it end up helping them out, or do you think that it's going to go on ahead and make them have to use their vehicles for rotation once again? I'm surprised that their vehicles still have tires at this rate. I do think Odyssey, if they peaked, would be able to pop at least their truck's tires.
Yeah, so unlucky for Odyssey here is this shift does make a slight westward pull, so Just Play is still going to have some hard cover over there to work with. I think Gascans are still going to be able to hold their own in that little dip that they're occupying, but Odyssey, the one team, going to be forced out into the open. So, I mean, I don't want to jinx anybody, but I think we're going to see Odyssey go out in 2nd place here as they try to push their way in.
I don't doubt it, because honestly, I mean, they have these vehicles, but we saw earlier so many of these guys were actually shooting out the tires. They still actually have some. I'm surprised they're going for a little bit of a smoke play instead of a drive. I feel like it's so open in the center that why not go on ahead and bring your mobile cover? But I think that also might be because that if they even attempted to, I have a feeling that Gascans would just absolutely spray the crap out of them.
Yeah, I think Just Play has a great position here with the 2-2 split that they're working with, just covering a large territory on this zone. I mean, you see Gas now trying to send to the center, trying to prep for this 9th zone, but Adam is going to get a knock on the Gribbles. So as Odyssey look to push out towards Flashy and Doobie, could spew trouble for them. And there we are. Morrow is going to get the knock from Doobie. So Gascan's providing them with a little bit of breathing room. So Odyssey might be able to make this full push.
And it looks like Honey Badger is trying to help out with stopping it, actually taking Morrow down to 67 HP, so he's still definitely fine for now. I don't think Flashy is going to be able to get this res onto Doobie. They're just outside zone. Nope, instead he's going to go on ahead and go for the smoke play, but you can see Morrow was there on the ground waiting for it. Flashy's now taken down, meaning that Just Play, I mean, they had the best position, but they were getting shot at from both Gas and Odyssey, just peeking way too much is my guess, and they're now just taken down to just Blissey. It looks like at the same time, Gascans is going to take down the last member, second to last member of Odyssey. Is just down to Morrow, but the blue zone doing so much damage. He's trying to crawl for his life, but I mean, Gascans, they're just throwing a ton of util in his direction, and sooner or later they're probably going to end up spotting him out.
Yeah, Gascans saw all of the 3rd parties going on, and as soon as that happened, they started to get super aggressive now. So sitting with 13 kills and looking like they're also going to take away a guaranteed win here. So I think Blissey hasn't spotted out Morrow yet. He is looking over that direction, but could be a kill point for him to pick up before Gascans inevitably, unless Blissey can pull out a miracle play here with the 1v3. But unfortunately, Honey Badger going to be able to clean him up. Morrow just sitting on that edge of zone, trying to crawl to this hay bale, but only 10 HP left and 2 bandages to his name. It's not looking good.
Nope, and with that last nade and spray from Adam, that is going to be the end. Guadalajara Gascans going on ahead and I think picking up their 5th win of these qualifying rounds with 15 kills. That's a 25-point game, and I mean, definitely not needed, but I think Gascans definitely going on ahead, continuing to play the best of their ability, which they should be. They just want to see how many points they can get at this rate, honestly. Like, how much further above 100 points can you get in only 12 games? I mean, I have no other words other than that.
Yeah, Gascan's just not making it easy here for any of these teams. And we obviously see they don't plan on letting off of this gas pedal that they start in this first game anytime soon. But we'll have the updated leaderboards for you when we come back from this break. So we'll see you guys after this.
Hello, everybody. SpanCargo and 6Speed are back. We're going into game 2 of Lobby B's round of 32 qualifiers, and let's take a look at that leaderboard really quickly before our plane starts moving.
Yeah, so the middle of that leaderboard again getting very rearranged here. You see Barely Not Legal moving all the way up to third from what I was believe sixth, and they're only 3 points out of that second place spot. Another team making a huge jump is going to be Odyssey. I believe they were in 11th, if I'm not mistaken, and a strong second place game from them, throwing them all the way up in sixth place now. So with these leaderboards so close, I mean, like we said, any of these teams are able to just go up and down so far based on one successful game. So look to see some good games from some of these other teams, and this lobby is just going to keep getting mixed up as Gascans are just continuing their domination. We really don't have to talk about it anymore at this point.
No, and I mean, you said who you were surprised about, who you'd like to see on the left side, and I mean, my surprise is honestly, I expected Anime Thighs for sure to be in one of the top maybe 4 slots, and I'm surprised to see them all the way down there in the 13th spot with only 19 points. So I'm interested to see if they'll be able to pull it off with only the 5 games left. But let's take a look at our second plane path here. What do you have to say about it?
Very southern plain path. So starting out on that east side, just above the islands, going all the way down to the west by Minas and Valdemar. So we'll look to see where this first circle pops. It could spew trouble. We could see a very interesting game here too. I mean, really, this circle could go anywhere. It's not like we haven't seen these southern island circles before. They're very fun to watch, and it puts the patience and intelligence of these players to the absolute most.
You know, I've never participated in, so like I've never played in or casted a zone that went on these 2 islands far to the eastern side. And I know people are usually get excited like, what is this, what is happening? They usually hate it for the rotations and stuff. They're kind of troll, but I, for the life of me, I want it to happen at least once. But it looks like today this game is not going to be it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does look like we're gonna have a Los Leones ending here. I mean, again, the zone could shift possibly anywhere, really, but we do see these Los Leones island endings pretty often. Good shots coming out from Manbun here. Is Jam trying to take the car, so Gravity picking up a crucial point for them to open this match. So very good from them.
Yeah, looks like Jam ended up taking the vehicle. Man Bun shot out the tire, so he was super slow on that. And with that one last headshot, it took him out. I was gonna say, it looked like before that last bullet that Jam was at like 1 HP, so that last one definitely went on ahead and solidified it for them. I mean, where's the rest of them? Jam is so far away from the rest of Nutters. We can see that they're actually all the way in South Leona's here. I wonder why they wanted that vehicle specifically. I mean, I know that that's the esports spawn over there, but the rest of Nutters over here, they have their own esports spawn, and honestly, I could count just in here a lot of other like half spawns, so I don't quite know why they'd want to go for the esports spawn all the way to the west there, but I mean, Jam did, and he didn't succeed. I mean, that's the end of that. It looks like after succeeding and getting that killed, though, the Kana for Life Gaming started putting some shots towards 303 Man Bun, but it also looks like he is actually going to get away with it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now when these teams start to make their rotation as they prep for this potential city ending. We do like to see a lot of these teams get themselves in the city early. So, very difficult spot for teams to be in as this game gets on towards the later stages where it's very hard to move from building to building, where potentially you could see 40 or 50 players up in a phase 6 zone. So, we'll have to keep our eyes out and see. If teams are looking to get aggressive here early, or if they're just going to try and find themselves in Los Leones as early as possible.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. I mean, I honestly, after that Los Leones ending the other day, I don't know if I want another one. I wouldn't be surprised if this pulls off either far to the east or the south or something, because that's usually where these zones like to go, but Los Leones is so centered. I mean, I hope for the teams that they're not in Los Leones, it's not in Los Leones, but not having too strong of a feeling about it. But already looks like, I mean, we're 4 minutes in finally. Some of these guys already are moving in a little bit closer. One of them actually being lost to reality. You can see Mitchy Boy taking his vehicle moving to this compound directly to the west of where Black Mambas resides, and I have a feeling that's probably where they're going to just stay for now, maybe moving a little bit further to these prio compounds, but that's probably going to be it for large movements.
Well, Span, since you've never seen or casted one of those East Island endings, I mean, obviously the circle's not going to end over there this game, but teams would almost rather prefer a Los Leones ending as opposed to the island, because what happens if they aren't able to get their boats and get across early, what happens is a lot of players end up having to swim over there and then ultimately dying in the water. So those teams that get early over there to the islands are almost fed potentially.
Oh no, they most definitely are. Like that's definitely what happens with zones like that. And like nobody wants the island endings. I know that for sure. Everybody would rather have Los because then at least everybody will have a chance by just sending it into the compound. But it does look like MacDob is going to be crashed on by Lost Reality. All four of them trying to go and take this 5-star story here. Tio Rex, though, is going to be found out. MacDob going for the flush as well. And it looks like the rest of them just decided to drive away. I don't really know what this chaos is here, but it also looks like Protege for Black Mamba is pushing on out. Spotting out to Hoshi. Tries to go for a 3x M4 spray, and unfortunately all the bullets don't hit Hoshi, but they do in fact hit that vehicle.
Yeah, unfortunate for Black Mambas there, they could have potentially capitalized on that with a lot of shots. You see MacDub trying to put out some more pop shots. Protege now trying to mini the truck from Dehoshi as they're sliding into the God building there. So very fortunate for Lost Reality that they only lost one player there, but a good job from Black Mambas to be able to capitalize on that and keep their position. And like we talked about yesterday when we had the Leslie on his end, a strong 5-stack compound.
Definitely. It looks like No Cap went on ahead and found out one of the members of Anime Thighs. That means it's just Refray and Kaden left, and they're actually super split. One of them is on this compound just to the east of Los Leones, and the other is still in Impala, and that's it. I don't know where their fourth is. But also a little bit more intense. It looks like Vertigo is on a compound that Odyssey wants. We can see Mario here trying to push on over to spot him out in the vehicle. There we go, lining up the barrel spray. Going for the shots on them. There we go, getting it down into Rehel, but clean. Going forward, the drive-by is in fact going to take him out. Will Evasion be able to go on ahead and save his teammate from the last member of Vertigo in this area? So Evasion's definitely hearing the other bullets for the other member of Vertigo. His other teammate, Tanaka, actually trying to take care of him himself. Bullets flying back and forth. He needs to be careful because you can see Sambuca also starting to go over the ridge here. Let's see what Evasion is going to be able to do. It looks like that nade is going to take him super low, and with that last headshot, M Clean is going to be taken down. Will Tanaka be able to control this building as well as his teammates are currently doing? Here they come.
Yeah, Sambuca has made his way down on that next to the shack there. He was able to take the bus. So Relay still behind that rock and may be able to provide a little info for SKZ here and Sambuca as they start to make this push on the 2-story. Evasion getting a little third-party fire from far. He is playing on the backside, so a lot of shots coming out back and forth, but no real damage coming out yet as Eva goes for that flush on the Relay now.
Yeah, we can see here that now is resorted to Eva is outside for Odyssey, the other upstairs, and the other two members of Vertigo are trying to play the first floor. Ooh, Eva spotting Sambuca a little bit there, going for another bit of a little peek. Oh, but no knock so far, just down to half HP, and I don't think Evasion wants to go ahead and be more aggressive on this. Oh, he does, though. He tries to push onto Sambuca, but I don't think that was going to end up being successful anyway. If he did get the down, the trade would have come out, but there you go. Tanaka getting a knock on the EQ SKZ, meaning it's just him and Sambuca left. Tanaka with almost full HP is against Sambuca that has less than half. Will he just go ahead and go for it? He goes and jumps out of the window, and definitely that HP came into play there. Vertigo is going to be our first team eliminated, and Tanaka for Odyssey is, I mean, he's one of two left, and he's at 60 HP. That's about as much HP that Sambuca was, the amount that he lost, so.
Yeah, unfortunately for Odyssey there, or unfortunately for Sambuca rather, he tried to throw a follow-up Molotov on Evasion, ended up catching out SKZ with that molly. So an easy knock coming out from Odyssey onto them, basically turning around the fight and then able to take care of that. So unfortunately for Odyssey, they are left with two members up just to knock on Sazu, but able to pick up a good amount of kill points as they try and find themselves farther ahead in that leaderboard. They did make a good jump last game, like we talked about, so continuing here to do it again.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these guys further inside of this zone don't want to try and find something unoccupied and safe. They're deciding to actually push towards each other. We can see that Lost Reality went on ahead and tried again to get inside Los Leones. Mitchy Boy and Protege were actually really close to each other on that little piece of construction building, but Mitchy Boy is going to be able to go on ahead, smoke out his way, run back to the rest of his teammates. You can see Dash there also trying to take him down at the last minute with a mini, but LR will successfully take that compound, but I mean, elsewhere we can see that there's a few other altercations already happening. I mean, one of them being Just Play and No Cap, and I mean, even all the way to the eastern side, Anime Thighs were being held up by Gas, but it does look like they made it out. But here we go, Ada going for the first spray onto Just Play. Here comes the nade, and now it looks like they might actually just be disengaging off of that.
Yeah, so good damage coming out there from Adit, forcing Gribbles to be pushed back. I mean, No Cap does have a good spread here. Just Play slightly with the high ground advantage here. Flashy could be able to make something happen for them if they wanted to start a push, but everybody just being very cautious with their peaks early on in this game.
Yeah, looks like the rest of Just Play not really wanting to get involved with No Cap being a little bit of nuisances behind them. It looks like just a few bullets flying towards them, not close enough to really create a fight. I mean, if they did get a knock onto one of the Just Play members, you could basically guarantee that they'd be pushing immediately. But Just Play not wanting quite to deal with that, are just going to go ahead and grab their vehicles and make a rotation into Los Leones for now. I mean, the zone, once again, this is in fact going to be Los Leones ending, so here comes everybody. Oh no, here comes True Sight. Speaking of rotations, oh, you can see right the moment when Iverson saw the hold from Gascans, he just automatically 180'd around. Berry Vibes are going to get a knock onto Adam with that mini there. I think they ended up spotting him out, but I do think that they're very aware that Gascans is trying to go on ahead and hold them out here.
Yeah, so Gascans was initially trying to hold them out too at that compound. You see Adam is getting knocked and flushed by Very Vibes. Adam was trying to get some shots out of them as they started that push through the street. And then you see No Cap getting involved from the third party as well, getting that knock and a flush on a Nico. So what was a 4-man for Gas that almost looked like some easy points for them as True Sight was starting to rotate. Now they're just left with 2 men to play with this game as this zone starts to make its way.
Yeah, definitely aren't going to be able to hold that. Oh, Honey Badger actually was just taken down by Menox as well. That means it's just onto Oldless in that far compound. I was going to say, I feel like Gascons are definitely attempting to hold out that large road there for some sort of holds, you know, to kill people as they started driving through, but everybody ended up just spotting them out, and we can see Honey Badger's down, and here comes the push from True Sight onto Oldless's position. If Oldless doesn't hide here, I think Gascons are about to be our second team out tonight for this game.
These points here for True Sight are so crucial. They're one of these teams on the bottom of the leaderboard. So they have realized that Gascans are now down to 1 player. I don't know if they've understood that or scouted that Oldless is in this compound as he holds angle in that warehouse, but some great play for them to get an easy point. So they must have an idea. Stun comes out, but it's not quite going to land. Going to get the knock on Arth and tries to go for the flush, but now Berry Vibes and Oldless back in. Runs in, Oldless able to get the knock on a Berry Vibes. Tomas pushes in, but is able to clean up that fight for True Sight. They should be able to get the reses here. And like we talked about, some crucial kills coming up for True Sight here. And they will be able to go into this next zone with 4-man up.
I honestly can't believe that Oldless got a knock on 2 of them there. I mean, the first one is definitely a surprise, but that second one, I do not know. It also looks like, wait...
Menix was actually able to get a flush there on the Berry Vibes from way up the hill, as they are throwing a lot of third-party shots onto this now.
I think Lost Reality was eliminated as well, because I just came over here. It looks like they're taken down, and now Anime Thighs and Black Mambas are in a little bit of a fight. Because I think Lost Reality's gone. I don't see them at all.
Yeah, we do have Just Play and Black Mambas down there still in that southwest side with Protege actually sitting right on top of Anime Thighs building. And even further south, we have 300 and Nutters there. Just Nutters with occupying that 5 stack, but Aguila right up on top of the God compound, and that 300's occupied currently. So I'm sure he's waiting for someone to make a cross and try and get an opening knock on this so Nutters can push on. Is like I said, even though 300 are still tight in this compound, Via is split away from the rest of them. So an opening knock could be a good push for them coming out. And we will see that nade coming out from Pankill. So this is the push that Nutters are going to want to make. Aguila trying to get some open shots, being able to connect. But now Via coming in from behind, getting the knock on Aguila and Ripper. And suddenly this fight has turned around. Fox was able to get the flush onto them.
Definitely, those 2 knocks are definitely detrimental to Nutters. I mean, it's just down to Pankill left. The rest of 300, I mean, it looks like they will, in fact, get the res onto head kick. So 300, they're going to be unscathed, basically, with 2 more kills under their belt. A little bit further to the north, you can see that Protege was taken out by Refray from Anime Thighs. I think that means that it's just down to Dash. Yep, just down to Dash for Black Mambas, and you can see that he's trying to focus on just play and where exactly they're trying to rotate to. I mean, inside Los Leones, anybody could be anywhere, as we already know. So definitely easy to make these rotations, but you want to try and protect yourself as well. I mean, you can see that a lot of these teams are still playing outside of Los Leones. I mean, all these guys are trying to capitalize, being up on top of these very tall mountains, and it looks like only a few teams are really in charge of a lot of space outside of Los Leones.
Yeah, so True Sight making that rotation on the east side. They did lose out fourth again to No Cap, I believe, as they are going to look to find themselves on the southeast side, taking some shots from Beast Gaming. But if we can look back at that northwest now, BNL have made themselves into that compound, and there's just knock after knock coming out between these 5 teams in this northwest side.
You see Odyssey trying to go ahead and throw out the killing nades onto Ian, but at the same time, Richie B looks like he was in charge of trying to hold out Just, but Blissy's going to go on ahead and get the knock onto him as Gats tries to get the starting res. I don't think Odyssey has any more offensive util, and as for Just, I mean, you can see that Blissey ended up getting knocked from Wade's, but now going for a res on Richie as well. I don't know who's going to start being aggressive on this or not, but I mean, for sure, BNL is not in a good position here. They could just run to the south, though, and completely disengage from the situation. A nice nade from Flashy is also going to go on ahead and re-knock Richie B right after Wade's got that, so here comes some more nades trying to go ahead and flush them out, but it looks like Odyssey helping them out a little bit, catching one of the members of Just Play as he was trying to get a little bit closer for that nade and taking him down and out of the game.
Yeah, I thought BNL were going to able to escape from that situation with 4 up, but a great nade from Just Play, able to re-knock Richie, and then another nade following up with Doobie, able to get that flush and push them back. So they do manage to walk away from that from what was 2 players down, and now they do have 3 players remaining in this 5-stack compound as the zone does shift. Still unsure if it's going to be a city ending here. We could see it pull a little bit more south and bring that hill in, but now looking at True Sight as they have made their way in, Zolmax with a lot of gravity members just above him, so they will have that high ground as the nades are starting to come down. Not going to quite connect on Azul here, but Battylol and D-Rich looking to get these angles and clean up the rest of their edge here.
Yeah, Zolmax ended up being able to take Manbun down super low, but it was unable to get the knock, which, if only he had gotten that knock, but Manbun getting away in time, just going on ahead, re-healing on up. It looks like Gravity not really entirely interested in continuing that, especially as this phase 4 is already starting to close, so they're going to start disengaging. Looks like Arson is just taking the vehicle and leaving himself. That means Zolmax is just going to have to try and book it into zone before he's taken out. It also looks like the fight between BNL and Just Play is not ending. Gats getting it down in the flush onto Gribbles. I think that means that our Just Play members are just down to 1. Yeah, as Blissey is slowly bleeding out as well from Enon. It's going to be the kill.
Yeah, and after this phase 4 zone popped, a lot of these teams on that northeast edge have now finally made their way all into these center buildings. So No Cap finally making their way in, Beast Gaming make their way in, Ripper occupying a solo spot there. So now Manbun is going to find out Zolmax down for them, and Arson's going to be the last player standing for their team as he's just barely made it in the edge on that east side as well.
Yeah, we can see that while Gravity was trying to hold out these guys on the edge, that's just going to mean that xXLife Gaming is going to do the same exact thing to them. So if Gravity is unable to make some sort of a wide car rotation out of this, I think that they're going to have to go ahead and drive straight into the fight with Life Gaming. And because this zone is so small, I think that might be Gravity's only option at this rate.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of a ridge to work with there. So Manbun and D-Rich have managed to find themselves in just on the edge. Unfortunately for Battylaw, I don't think he has a vehicle. So he's going to just provide some supporting fire and try and med up as much as he can. He does still have one med kit after this first aid goes off. But Gravity are going to need to do something here if they want to find themselves in as LF look to hold them out.
And here comes the next zone pop, and it looks like LF is going to be able to continue holding these guys out because once again, the zone pulling towards the center, this hill is still in. Honestly, if this zone hardships to the south again, LF could just go ahead and sit there and watch everybody try to push out of Los Leones and absolutely rack up the kills here. They have to be careful though, because that also means that a lot of these guys are going to start pushing across the street at the same time. So if they don't hold anybody out, they could be pinched by multiple angles. But definitely their first thing on their list is to take out Gravity. That's definitely pushing on them from behind.
Yeah, so Battylaw just barely made it in the zone there. D-Rich dropping him some first aid, so he is able to get in and heal. Fortunately, just 10 HP as he ran in with no meds. So more shots coming out from this LF team as they're looking to find their way in. But Sixy from No Cap, third party and from far. This might be the opening that Gravity are looking for, as Sixy is able to get the flush out on Akana. Gravity are going to try and make a push here as they try and work their way into zone now that Phase 5 is starting to close.
Definitely didn't expect that to come in from No Cap there. But yeah, as you mentioned, here comes a lot of smokes for Gravity to try and take this as their opportunity to push in. But I mean, LF just raining down the nades on them. Didn't see the entire rotation from Batty, Lul, and D-Rich come into play. So it looks like D-Rich was able to get a little bit of damage onto them. Unfortunately, Aimday is going to get the first knock onto Batty Lul. That means it's going to be a 2v3 situation here. D-Rich just unable to get those few bullets into 100 pre, and it's just down to Manbun to fight the three-man of LF here.
Yeah, I don't think LF is quite acknowledged Manbun's position. He's going to have a spray come out. He's going to knock Vegas and Aim Day. X100 Pre is going to be the last member standing for LF here. Stunts are going to come out. Will he be able to make a play and get these points for his team? SLR shots come out, but just not quite able to connect as X100 Pre drops off into the smoke now. Manbun spots him out. More shots coming back and forth between the two, but fortunately for them, this could be the points Gravity are looking for as they make their way on edge here. Manbun, the last member remaining, trying to push his way over to X100 Pre's position now. Zone is slowly going to force him in, and X Pre knows this, so he is going to play this to his advantage. The remaining members of LF still knocked, probably able to find some info as 100 Pre is starting to pull back away from this now.
There you go, Manbun gonna go on ahead and confirm the kills. Also, another reason to kill your downs is also to make sure that they are not alive anymore, to be able to call out your exact position, because that definitely happens a lot. Like if there's just going to be a little bit of a fly on the wall, to be like, oh, he's right underneath me, oh, he's rotating on you, stuff like that. But there we go, Manbun's gonna go on ahead and take out like Vegas, but 100 Pre knows exactly where he is, and it looks like Manbun is gonna spot him out, taking him down to 35 HP. He proned just in time, honestly, not to be shot in the back, and it looks like they're both just inside zone here, and it's just gonna continue on this ridge for a while until one of them just wins their gunfight here. It looks like Manbun has a half level 2 helmet and a half level 1 vest, while 100 Pre has no helmet whatsoever, so just one bullet from Manbun could end xXLife Gaming's run here for game 2.
Yeah, and we talked about the zone 2 span. It actually has pulled south to them. So all of these 10 teams still to the very north of this city are all going to be forced into this southern part of Los Leones here. I'm curious to see where this final zone will be, whether it's going to be on the rocks there or if it's going to go south or north. So we'll see as this zone goes on, but you're going to see most of these teams on this north side be in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, it already looks like our first one has fallen. Both of the members of Anime Thighs are going to spot out the solo Arson for True Sight and take him out. We can see the rest of these guys still starting to make these pushes in. I think they're about to run straight into this compound that has Beast Gaming all hiding in there. Oh, Ciola is going to be spotted by Menos. He is going to take down Sigsy and Blue. Oh, and Blue's getting the knock on the Menex means it's just down to Addit. Addit is in fact going to get some knocks onto Beast Gaming, but honestly, it's just him left at 6 kills. I don't think he's going to be able to fight the rest of Beast Gaming. You can already see that they're getting the res onto Lucid as well, so that was just a complete slap from NoCap. And here comes Anime Thighs. Actually, they heard the fighting. They want to get involved. Kaden getting the knock on a Beastio. We can hear the util starting to be used as well now.
Yeah, Addit looks like he's tried to use this to his advantage, but Kaden does peek out around this and clean that up. And now they're trying to continue this push. Some great shots coming back out from Nike with the... I think that was Caden's nade, actually, as he was about to throw, just knocking him down to 1 HP. He is going to bleed out as Refrain does push his way in. Does get the cleanup on a Beastio there, so now he's just looking to play cautiously as the rest of Beast is going to look to clean up Anime Thighs here.
We can also see that Pankill from Nutters is coming in on the eastern side. He shot at Refray a little bit. Oh, Refray's just so blind here. There's no way. Here comes the push. And that is exactly what Beast Gaming needed to do. One of them just jumps all the way through so that the second guy can get inside the doorway. Even if he gets knocked, the second one is there to trade. Beautifully played by Beast Gaming. It looks like they're going to be alive with 3 up and 5 kills. So, I mean, that's pretty successful. Meanwhile, with all the chaos that's happening, Pankill for Nutters will be able to go ahead and reach the road. We see the Just Play will be taken out from the zone. And it looks like 100 Pre won his fight against Mambun.
Yeah, so while all that action was going on, Manbun actually made a hard push to the west, and you see Nightly Esports down there on the southwest too had rotated in, anticipating the southern shift, actually getting the kill on Manbun, but now the zone does pull far back to the north.
He just died to zone.
Yeah, I think he must have ran for some meds or a vehicle there because he just went a little bit too far and couldn't get back in time.
Yeah, he just ran into the zone. I just watched that. He just killed himself to the blue zone. Okay. It looks like now the zone once again making a hard shift, actually going far to the northern side. So everybody inside of here will be able to continue to play. Nightly Esports will just be able to be at the luxury of waiting for all these guys to take each other out. And as you can see here, Gats is the last one up for BNL, and he's currently trying to fight against Voxic, who I bet he can clearly hear jumping on above him. So it'll be interesting to see if Gas will be able to successfully rat out Voxic, but otherwise, I mean, there's still 2 3-men and then 2 solos and 1 duo in this very small circle. And here comes the zone already restricting who's going to get the first knock.
Yeah, 300 has arguably the best position in the zone left to play. I mean, you do have Beast Gaming up there in the northeast in that brick building, but really not a lot of sight lines to work with from that compound. I'm very surprised that this 5 stack is completely unoccupied. I mean, Nightly do have a good position with that high ground, but they are going to be forced down off that hill in this next zone, I think. So again, one of those teams, I think they're in 9th place or 10th place going into this game, would like to have a little bit more kills on the board, but could put up some good placement here if the zone is able to favor them.
Oh, Voxic spotted him out. Voxic went on ahead and jumped on the ridge. He spotted him out, throwing the nade. The call has come in. You can see that the rest of 300 shooting at them, but it's actually going to be Uncivil that goes ahead and takes that. Barely Not Legal eliminated in 5th, revealing our top 4. You can see that some of the nades from Beast Gaming being thrown towards 300. I mean, if 300 goes on ahead and takes ownership of not only this prio that Neverwhore already has, but also this 5 story, they're definitely going to have entire control of the zone. I don't think they know or think that the 5 stack is free though. And because of that, I feel like BST should be able to make a rotation into that 5 stack. I think that's the only thing that they can do. The only person that could completely mess it up for them is Pankill from Nutters.
Yeah, Pankill does have a pretty good off angle here. You see Voxic throwing out a lot of smokes. I think he is going to try and cross over towards Neverwhore's direction. Neverwhore did try and put some smokes out in a Nightly's direction to block off their vision, but not a greatly placed smoke from them, as now Nightly's doing the same, as it looks like they might just start to cross as this phase 8 zone does pull hard to the north. So that 5 stack is going to be the pinnacle of this phase 9 zone if it makes it that far. And if Pankill crossing this east side may try and get in and take that position from everyone.
It looks like he's deciding to be a little bit of a snake. I'm surprised that Beast Gaming is continuing to be in their compound. I mean, honestly, it's because they're still inside zone. They're just chilling there for now, but this is the opportunity to go on ahead and push out and see if there's anything that they could go on ahead and take advantage of, honestly. But I mean, it looks like they're just playing it quietly, which isn't wrong, but if Beast wants points, I feel like they should be moving right now. And they're one of the teams that's in 10th place right now, so they don't... I think they would need to be being a little bit more aggressive, I think.
Yeah, I think part of that patience is just coming out. They know 390 are starting this fight here. Good spray coming out from Sneak Attack to do a little bit of damage to Toxic here, and that's going to give him the freedom to push up on the edge of this wall with Uncivils. Now Nightly's going to make a push onto this compound now with 300.
Yeah, Sneak Attack and Uncivil so far playing this very, very well. They were able to push on over here by throwing a ton of stuns into that corner, making Voxic unable to go on ahead and make a peek for that. So now they're just on the outside of zone, on the other side of this Prio building. They have to continue to push in 300. Nobody's still in this 5-stack. I mean, 300 is going to continue to play there until they take out Nightly Esports. They're the people that is their biggest threat right now, so they're not going to worry about making any other sort of movement until Uncivil and Sneak Attack are gone. While this is happening, we see Pankill is still, in fact, in the corner. It looks like Beast Gaming is going to get involved, spotting out Uncivil there on the side. That means it's just down to Sneak Attack left. Oh, and he's just inside zone on the back of this wall here.
Yeah, I didn't think Sneak was in there, but he does try and push his way in as 300 are going to clean the rest of that fight up. So should be able to get the res onto Neferhor now. Nike also getting knocked for Beast Gaming is just now getting res. And like we said, this 5-stack is going to be the culminating point of this phase 9 circle. So really, whatever team tries to make their way in could ultimately, I mean, even if it comes down to a heal-off span, any of these 3 teams could potentially win this game right now.
I think Beast Gaming is going to be moving too late. I mean, 300 has less of a run to make here, so they're going to make it to the 5-story first. But it looks like Beast Gaming, oh, they're going to be making the first move. Lucid going to go ahead, touch the building first, but here comes Voxic and Neferhor. This might be an inside of this 5-story fight here. I don't think Pankill obviously can't see anybody because of all of this smoke. Let's go ahead and get in here with some X-ray vision, though. You can see that all of Beast Gaming are just playing in this one little room. All 3 of them, the door closed, smokes popped. I don't know if 300 are inside just yet. No, they're still playing on the other side of the building. And I mean, Beast Gaming, they have the dot. They have the dot advantage so far.
You see Voxic now just on that south side playing against the dump truck here. I'm wondering if he's trying to see if he can get a spoiler angle on anybody that's potentially on that outer side. So correct me if I'm wrong, Spam, but that dot does look like it's going to be just outside of the building on that southeast side. So even Pankill coming in late here could potentially see a grab for this win.
Yeah, Pankill goes on ahead and waits and bides his time, waits for the last few to come out of this building at the very end. I mean, he could win this. If 300 and Beast Gaming go on ahead and destroy each other enough that there's only a few left. Oh, but it looks like he's going to go on ahead and show himself. I mean, the zone was in fact closing on in, so he is going to get a knock on the Vihad, though. Voxic taking him out, but that means that, oh, I was going to say that 300 has the disadvantage, but with that spray from Voxic, it looks like Seal's also going to be taken down, and now it's just down to Voxic and Neferhor to try and ensure that they can't leave this building. Both of them, though, looks like Neferhor is going to be taken down from a bunch of nades. Voxic only has 35 HP left, and if Nike and Lucid push at the same time here, I mean, it's going to be a win for Beast Gaming. Oh, and there it is. It's going to be Lucid with the last spray. I was about to say I was a little bit worried. I feel like his teammate should have went on ahead and pushed out first before he yeeted through that window there, but it worked out anyway since he was so low HP. Beast Gaming with 8 kills. That's a nice 18-point game, and they definitely wanted those points to go on ahead and try to get closer to that 8th place. I think those points might put them in the top 8 position, so that's definitely a good game for them. Now it's just a matter of holding on to that.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pankill, they're not able to pick up that kill. Did kind of ruin that game for 300, but a strong win for Beast. Like you said, they made a good push into that building to make something happen. So a win with 8 kills, we are going to see them go probably up quite a bit on that leaderboard.
And speaking of that leaderboard, we're going to go on ahead and show you guys the updates very shortly as we go on ahead and get into our next lobby. Don't go anywhere.
actually on the west side that look like they're contesting over with Gravity. So D-Rich and Zovran, though, they are managed to get in their own vehicles, so they will be able to pull away from this. As there's just a lot going on in this early game, a lot of shots back and forth, a lot of contesting, but really nobody capitalizing on everything.
My goodness. I was about to say something else, but I completely forgot it after seeing the horror of this last zone shift. We can see it's pulling directly down to the center. I mean, not half, but almost half of the zone is water right now, and everybody is going to have to make a hard rotation straight down. So definitely not a beautiful zone once again. I think that's definitely what might be happening for some of these teams here is I think we've been seeing a lot of pretty unfortunate zone shifts. I mean, yesterday we got 2 military zones. All of the zones kept hard shifting to these really not ideal locations. A lot of water, and it looks like we just got another one. I mean,
Yes, man. I'll be interested to see Gravity's position here. You see, Manbun's already anchoring the north side of that bridge, so I wonder if when Badilol is finished looting, he goes there. If he'll take that south side of the bridge, and they'll run some sort of split between that. Because like with these new hard shifts, it's not uncommon to see this circle start to pull towards that southern island here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as this game moves on. So.
yeah, I have a feeling that they should prio the north side of this bridge, though, because more than likely it is going to pull up to the northern side. And I think Manbun's compound right now is really good, but I wouldn't be upset if they tried to prioritize like this warehouse compound directly to their northeast here, because we've seen, at least I've seen so many zones end around there before, and I mean, it could happen again. But first they have to get there, and it looks like Nutter's Jam is directly to the north there. Ripper kind of moving on over. If they get in there and if they decide that they want that warehouse, they could make it there before Gravity. But it's just a matter of waiting. We can already see some of these other teams already making their way slowly in here. I mean, all these teams that are just on the outside edge here, seeing this zone, they know, like, okay, this is a pretty bad zone. We know that we have a little bit of prio, so we should probably go on ahead and take those compounds on in the center because there are very few to choose from. So if they go on ahead and grab those compounds now, they'll hopefully be able to hold on to it for a very long time and hold everybody else out. So definitely a disadvantage for all these teams that are super far away, namely Beast Gaming and Nightly Esports, True Sights, all three of those teams, honestly, which that need to be gaining points or continue to be holding on to points. So
Yeah, we see Gascans on the south side. Oldest and Adam have already anchored themselves a strong position in the center part two. We have Nikos and Honey Badger still taking their time out to the far east, but it is going to be a good grab for them as Nikos and Honey should be able to make their way in on that south road as they're holding this center. So these teams now are starting to make their way. We'll see No Cap rotating on that east side, may possibly run into some Vertigo or Gascans players, Lost Reality and Odyssey, I believe, starting to make their way in that middle zone. Barely not illegal, starting to make their rotate. So a lot of these teams looking to capitalize early as phase one still has 45 seconds to close.
yeah, honestly, with a zone like this, the only strategy really is if you're close to move immediately, choose small locations. Like, we're gonna see some of these guys do some sort of split for a while, I'd say, but pretty shortly they're going to have to condense, like mostly probably on this next zone shift. They're not going to be able to be split for long because as more teams start to come into this zone, people are going to be more and more desperate. So we might see some crashes onto people in these situations if they don't go on ahead and condense together. But as for everybody else on the far side, I mean, the people that aren't close, that don't have any prior to going ahead and do that, their only strategy is to stay out there for as long as possible, continue looting, and hope that everybody in the center is just going to go on ahead and start fighting and killing each other, destroying their armor, making them use their meds, and so on, so that when those teams finally make it inside, they're just going to be able to clean up or something. Ideally, maybe coming on in and, instantly participating in a third party or something, but that's really all that they can do in this kind of a situation.
Yeah, so Aguila trying to get some shots out on the Lost Reality there as they start to make their rotation. They do look like they're going to pull up on these compounds just to the north of Gravity here. So I wonder if they'll even extend a little bit further into Gravity's compound. BNL on the big mountain just to the west of them. Does look like Richie B is going to start to flex out and push over this to try and get some eyesight, some info for BNL. But just for now, Lost Reality have managed to find their way in. Ripper just to the east trying to get some shots, but really nothing too aggressive, too detrimental coming out yet.
Yeah, we can see that LR is in there. Oh, Richie B spotting out Mitchie Boy there. It does look like he wasn't able to entirely go on ahead and peek over to try and capitalize off of that as Gravity actually went on ahead and spotted out Richie B. But there we go. Richie charting to take the first shots towards him. But it looks like Mitchie does, in fact, have the cover of a truck to make it so that those SLR shots aren't going to hit him. As you can see, that this very center of the zone is very congested. Here comes Anime Thighs from the west as well. I mean, as these teams just start coming in, I mean, it's pretty hard to say anything. I mean, look at Black Mambas even already going on ahead and crashing onto the position of Gascans being taken down. Oh, Jake almost got the knock on Old List, but Old List also getting the knock onto Jake means that the rest of Black Mambas, Dash and MacDub further up to the north, I think they're just going to be a two-man for now. I mean, I don't think that they should be aggressive on that. Those teammates are in fact dead, and that is just what happens if you try to 2-2 split that. I think that they probably thought that compound was clear, and those two guys went on ahead and sent it on over there, but that is definitely not the case. We can also see over here on the eastern side that No Cap trying to make a rotation is being held out by Vertigo right now. Sigsy actually being taken down and out.
Yeah, and while all that was going on too, Span 300 on this very far west road, actually holding out some of Beast Gaming, so able to pick up 2 kills for them. A lot of shots still coming out towards Bestios. He looks to make his way in. And then you're also going to have Nightly on this west road too. So again, it might look like a repeat for 300 here as Nightly are just barreling down the street. Head Kick and Via are going to be there to try and make something happen on this. Head Kick has started to move, so Sneak Attack is going to come in right behind them. We will see Tetra firing off a couple shots. A good spray on the Head Kick, but just not able to get the full knock. Now Via in front of him. Uncivil with a great knock on a Via coming off of that bike. Vincio crossing in front of them now as they continue to make this chase, just sitting on 1 HP. Tetra with the mini spray coming out, just not quite able to connect. But I would think they would find Vincio here before he's able to get away.
Oh my gosh, this guy's holding on to that 1 HP Tetra. Oh, you can just hear the click of his minions. They're just not able to get that last hit onto them. I think they think that that is 300, and they're just continuing to chase when in reality, I mean, 300 Viha is actually getting res by Head Kick right now. So they're going to go on ahead and chase the rest of Bestio while in the center of the zone. Them going on ahead and taking a while. We can see that the fighting inside the center has in fact happened. BNL, Gats currently downed. Richie also looks either low or out. He's very low. But the rest of Anime Thighs, both Caden, Fudge, Refray, all out just means it's down to culture for them. And he has no meds, by the way. He only has 3 bandages. So permanently at 38 HP for a little bit.
Yeah, BNL are still trying to taste the last man of culture. Anime Thighs, they are going to eliminate him now, but Odyssey is going to push in straight behind BNL, and it looks like they'll be able to overtake their compound, as now they're going to start to get aggressive on this, realizing that the rest of this fight has just taken over. Frank coming out on evasion, but Wade's going to do a great job of trading him out now. As just like that, Richie B gets the knock on tomorrow, and now Odyssey are going to be down just to 2 players, just like that.
So he definitely does have a little bit of an alternate position here, but taking some shots at them, I don't think he's able to capitalize off of his position very well. I mean, he can see that he's throwing out some M16 bullets, but they're not doing anything. He needs to be making some sort of a massive rotation on this to take down these BNL members, but now they know exactly where he is because he let loose those useless M16 shots. And now you can see that BNL getting the reses onto their down teammates. It's Tanaka and Sazio. They're unable to do anything so far. Oof. Here comes some nades as well. I don't know if these Odyssey guys are going to be able to do anything here, though.
Yeah, Sazu does have a good off angle there. He does have that M16 with the 6X, so he will try and get a couple shots. I mean, like you said, the M16, not a super strong weapon to provide damage, but that angle could be the difference maker. Try and capitalize on this. Good spray coming out from him, able to get Gats down to 1 HP, but now Enan and Wade trying to make this push onto Tanaka here. Tanaka getting a great spray on a Wade though, and maybe turning around this fight for Odyssey. Also getting another knock on Ian, and now is like we talked about, Tanaka getting straight out, but Sazu trying to make something happen here for them.
I thought he was just about to push out in the open, but there we go, using that first aid once again, bringing it up to 75 HP, instantly losing it. He unfortunately missed the cross from Richie B, going for the res onto Wade's, and now he has to focus on trying to get Gats, but Barely Not Illegal are going to be able to get their reses up, and they're going to instantly be a 4-man again, while Odyssey is just down to 1. So I have a feeling it's not going to look good. Oh my goodness, while we were watching that fight, look at what happened to the zone. There is absolutely no way. The zone went on ahead and pulled even further to the south. All these guys that were on the Los Higos Islands were definitely happy about the results of this, but we can see here that a lot more people ended up following. It looks like the fight between BNL and Odyssey are now going to be cleaned up, and I think BNL definitely happy that that happened because they have to figure out how they're going to cross here. I mean, where is the zone going to go, honestly? I have a feeling it might go on ahead and go on the islands and on this northern part as well, but it's just a matter of time before we see. But we can also see multiple people being held out of zone here. We could see that over on the eastern side, it's a fight between No Cap and Vertigo. I think it's just M Clean over here. Okay, we can see Rahel and Sambuca as well. Where's the rest of No Cap? Oh, Adit is just currently leaving right now, and he's currently going towards the duo of... Oh. of Black Mambas. Kind of.
Yes, I think he's going to start to swim his way across, and all this fighting going on in this middle zone. These teams just trying to take over these positions from one another. You also have a lot of fighting with Gascans down on the south side. Like you said, these teams on the east also holding themselves out. Vertigo and No Cap here with True Sight just to the east of them. These teams all trying to make their way in. Just a difficult time to try and get themselves in while taking damage to the blue all at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know if True Sight knows that Vertigo's right in front of them. Oh, but Zolmak's hearing that vehicle engine start going. He's definitely aware now, but Rahel going to go on ahead and get those knocks. The rest of True Sight are actually in a boat, as we can see. I don't think Berry Vibes is going to be able to join them, so I have a feeling Berry Vibes is going to have to fight Vertigo as his other two team members make their way in. And once again, the zone shifts. Oh my goodness. It looks like the zone is in fact going to pull down onto this very small island here. Maybe I cursed it. I feel kind of bad now. These aren't the islands that I was wanting, but an island we are getting for sure. And it looks like what?
I was thinking it the whole time, but you never these teams never want to see these kind of circles because of how detrimental they are in these rotations. But unfortunately, we do get lucky enough to see these play out. It does look like True Sight in that boat will be able to make their way into zone. I mean, they probably scouted out Gascans on that southern island there, so they are probably just going to look to play edge as much as possible. Black Mambas starting to swim their way across, but Gascans again just finding themselves in a dominant position, looking like they're going to be very well set for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I would also like to point out that, we were just like, oh man, we hope that the zone isn't bad for all these teams to be able to go on ahead and try their best and gain points and such. I mean, Gascans, they've just been guzzling points so far, still gaining, that nothing is stopping them. But I'd just like to point out that no matter what zone is thrown towards them, I mean, they're capitalizing off of it. They've got a really nice spot here on the south part of this island, currently trying to get the kills onto True Sight. There you go, 4 are being taken now, so there's only 1 member left. Like, no matter what happens, the Gascans, even on these bad zone shifts, they figure it out. And I think that's definitely just the mark of a good team, of a mature team. These guys know how to play together. They know how the game works and where they need to rotate to or play off of. The Gascans, they just understand it. So...
yeah, Gascans are able to blow up that boat that True Sight was holding there, so I'm surprised Arsene wasn't trying to use that for cover. Black Mambas have made themselves onto that edge, trying to see where the rest of True Sight is, but we also have a lot of these teams being held out on the west side too. 300 have managed to make themselves in on that edge, trying to take shots at this last member of Beast Gaming, and you will have Just Play coming in on this western bridge too, so 300 will probably see this and look to hold them out too.
It'll definitely be interesting to see what happens here. And I mean, it'll also be interesting to see. So we know Arson's currently in the water. Barry Vibes, the other True Sight member, I thought he was going to die to Vertigo, but Vertigo actually made the rotation inside. And Barry Vibes is still alive. So on this northern side here. So he might be able to survive for True Sight for a while. But I mean, oh man, there's just everybody's on top of each other. I mean, even Gravity and Nutters, they ended up taking each other down to just 2 each in this center compound position here. And very shortly, we're about to see this next shift. And I have a feeling we know where it's going to go. I mean, this is a zone that doesn't like water. So, yeah, I think that zone shift definitely does take out the most amount of water. So now it's just the point of where do these guys think this is going to go next? And that's what they're going to have to focus on. I'd also like to go on ahead and jump in this water because it looks like a lost reality. 3 of them at least went ahead and yeeted themselves into the water. And now they're trying to swim to the island currently. Stone Storm being left behind to try and make sure that his teammates are going to be safe on their rotation. And we can see that they've already spotted out Vertigo trying to run down those rocks.
Yeah, Barry Vibes finding his way in on the east side was able to get a kill steal onto I believe it was MacDub down there for Black Mambas, who had also found out a member of the Gascans. But unfortunately for him, Vertigo is going to be able to get that knock onto them and clean the rest of them up. Arson's still taking a lot of shots for Gascans as he tries to swim the rest of his way in. So unfortunately for these teams, unless BNL gets a little bit lucky here, going to be very hard for them to make their way into zone from that northwest side.
Yeah, actually, it looks like Berry Vibes did not pick up a kill, so they're still at 0 kills right now. And it looks like with Nikos's 6x SLR, that's going to be the nail in the coffin for True Sight. They're going to be taken out, and there's still 10 teams up, so that means it's going to be a 0-point game for them. Unfortunately, no kill or placement points for them. We can see Lost Reality did in fact successfully make it across this water, and I mean, this portion of the compound is free, so they're going to be able to go on ahead and jump right into this church building and play off of that. I do think Vertigo is going to find their demise very shortly, as the rest of Lost Reality can now use their energy to hold them out. Oh, I think they're driving towards sandstorms, though. Let's go ahead and see what is going to happen here.
Yeah, I think Stone Storm recognized this, and he's now going to try and leave. I wonder if he'll be able to link up with the rest of this team. But while this is going on, we do have a huge fight behind the Esports here. Martin's peeking around, able to get a knock and a gribble. So it's a great play coming out from him there. Is Nightly again, one of these teams in a strong position, looking to capitalize on this game. BNL's also realized that this is a good opportunity to start to make their push across. So now just play with 2 members left. Nightly do have the strong position with 4 up, but BNL are going to start swimming their way across.
Yeah, so they're doing the 2-2 thing that I mentioned on air and go before have 2 of their members start swimming while the other 2 try and protect them. So when the other 2 are across, they can pull on up and the other 2 can hopefully start swimming over. But it looks like it's not going to be the case for Richie B being found out and taken down. I mean, the rest of Just Play, they're currently playing it passively right now. You can see Doobie actually throwing a nade and getting a knock into Uncivil, but Blissey just blissfully going on ahead and setting a tree on the very edge of zone. I think once the introduction of BNL is in here, we're about to see a lot more aggression start happening, especially because 300 on the southern side are also getting interested in what's happening over here.
Yeah, Head Kick able to still steal the knock on the Uncivil now, so 300 trying to play into this third-party fight could potentially find out the last remaining members of Just Play. BNL now has made their way on this north side of the God compound, so they'll look to play their way in, probably get some utility on that little garage that Nightly's holding here. So keep an eye on this as teams are looking to push away. Martins lose a compound, but the spray's going to come out from Eden.
No
and suddenly
way.
BNL turning this around, able to get the quick cleanup on Nightly, and now they have that anchor position in these compounds as they're going to look to find Gats across the water now.
I think all of them tried pushing in that gas in that little garage, to try and take out Doobie, but then once they saw 300, they're just like, nah, not worth it. So they tried going back to their safe compound, right? But because BNL swam, it was no longer safe, so they just went on ahead and completely lined up for Eden. Now he himself has 6 out of BNL's 11 kills, which is absolutely disgusting. We can also see on this next zone shift, there's only 4 teams inside of this zone. The rest of these 4 teams have to figure out their way inside of here, and I don't think all of them are going to end up making it. So it's just a matter of who is going to be found out and who's going to go on ahead and take those points.
Yeah, I think whoever ends up winning these fights on this west side here are going to be able to find themselves on that just northwestern ridge on the edge by the water there. Gat's unfortunately getting knocked from Ripper, so he is not going to be able to get the cross here. They should be able to clean that up. Stone Storm trying to steal that kill, but Blissey actually the one finding it. Is the rest of Just Play trying to get involved with this fight with BNL, now leaving Enan the last player remaining.
We can see that Voxic and Viha, I think it was Viha actually that got the knock on to Adam for Gascans. Voxic is definitely the next closest person though. I mean, Nikos looks like to be going for a res onto his down teammate. Honey Badger trying to play the upper ground, but here comes the push from the teammates. Will Honey Badger be able to hold this out alone while Nikos is preoccupied trying to save Adam? Because he's trying to prep some of those stuns, but 300 being a little bit cautious are going to throw some nades instead. It looks like it did in fact catch Honey Badger down to half HP. They need to be aggressive on this before the res finishes, and the rest of Gascans goes on ahead and meets up with Honey Badger to help out.
Yeah, so great nade coming in there for Neferhor, but Honey Badger's doing a great job of pulling away from this fight and just delaying this 300 team from getting this knock. So even though 300 are pushed on this super aggressively, you will see Adam now has gotten a med off, and now they're looking to turn this fight around. Some shots coming out from Gascans on Neferhor, getting him down to about 45 HP there. And I mean, you would think with Gascans at full strength, this could turn around for 300 here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Gascans, I mean, they went on ahead and disengaged when they needed to. It does look like 300 is in control of the top part of this hill, but Gascans still have 3 up, so that fight will be a little bit of an even playing field for now, especially on the northern side as these guys continue to fight. I mean, all they have to do is win this southern side, and then whoever wins that will just be able to go on ahead and start shooting at those guys further to the north. It'll be interesting to see who gets the first knock, though, because I think that might end up calling the win down here.
Yeah, and 300 looking to push on now, but Adam with a great off angle, able to do a bit of damage on a Neferhor and head kick. So again, these two teams just playing very patient. 300, the only one with a member inside the edge of circle right now. So Voxic is going to try and provide that high ground position and try and get this opening knock for 300 to be able to rotate and make a push in.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a little bit of a fight that's going to take a while. Oh no, here comes the push actually. I was surprised by this smoke. It looks like they're trying to use that smoke for the cover to cut off the north from being able to see them, and it's going to be Honey Badger that gets the first knock onto Voxic. Unfortunately, none of his teammates are there to be able to go on ahead and get the trade. Neferhor's taking down to 18 HP from those guys on the northern side, and with Nico's nade, that's going to be the end of Voxic, and once again, Neferhor being taken down. This is completely shifted. I mean, Gascans waited so that they had the advantage, and so far it's completely working out for them. Head kick down to 8 HP is the last one up for 300, and Gascans, one of them's currently getting a res open, but I don't think 300 is going to be able to, you know, pick up from this.
Yeah, Via had a great off angle there, able to get another knock on Adam, but Nikos was there for the trade. Unfortunately, head kick wants to make it happen, but not able to get a heal, and that's going to be 300 eliminated. So now Gascans are going to have control over this entire south side. If we take a peek back up to this north side now, somehow Vertigo still just barely hanging on in that bridge. Sambuca was up there, but Clean being forced to jump off into the water just to survive for the rest of his team, but probably be running into lost reality here as he swims his way onto shore.
Yeah, there's 3 teams underneath this bridge right now. Vertigo in the center, and then Just Play and Stone Storm. So it'll be interesting to see what exactly happens. Sambuca is in fact bleeding out right now, and looks like Just Play no longer interested or trying to get push up to where Nutters are inside of this gas station. Let's see if Jam's going to be able to spot them out. It doesn't look like Just Play is interested in getting inside, so they're just going to go on ahead and play the edge for now. So that means Jam isn't going to spot them out. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to go on ahead and play a little bit passively here. So Stonestorm is able to go on ahead and make it through. He might spot them out, but I don't think he actually can. No, this bridge is so strange. What?
Yeah, I'm curious how Stonestorm even managed to find himself there. And I think he kind of has an idea that Enclean is just below him because he has been checking his back quite often now. Is this zone shift? Actually going to pull hard south into that water. Stonestorm getting a knock and flush on a doobie, so this is going to give Nutters a little bit of breathing room as Blissey's going to be the last player remaining.
And you can see now Stonestorm making a little bit of rotation back to the other side. Oh, he just barely missed seeing that member of Vertigo, M-Clean is just continuing to swim. Oh, Stonestorm didn't see him. So that means Stonestorm could totally go on ahead and push up onto TRX's position, and it could end up biting Lost Reality in the butt later. And I mean, oh man, this, you mentioned the zone, and it really is. This zone is just giving it to Gascans at this point. I mean, they still have to go on ahead and protect it. Like, there still could be a lot of guys that come on over and mess them up, especially as the solo M-Clean is making a little bit of an edge play here, might get towards Adam. But, I mean, I just also applause for them to be able to go on ahead and clean up 300 and then still get the res onto Adam, who was down at 7 HP. I'm, like, so surprised that he didn't bleed out. They somehow got the kill and then went straight back to getting the res onto him. So there's still 3 up. They just know the value of each other's lives, so.
Yeah, M-Clean is in that water again, starting to swim even farther over towards Gascan's position. Nutter's doing a great job being able to clean up. Or, I'm sorry, just Blissey has turned that around on them and actually wiped Nutters out. So securing a couple extra points for his team.
I don't think they had any idea that he was here hiding between a bus and a bush. So he just got to wait for them to line up and he spray transferred them. So those are definitely some nice points for Just Play there. They're now up to 4 points, and as he's the last one, unfortunately he's also outside of zone, and I have a feeling both Gravity and Lost Reality, they both obviously know he's there, and they both are going to go on and take those points. See Dahoshi there actually spotting him out, trying to spray towards him. Looks like Vertigo is going to be eliminated, so it doesn't look like that solo is in fact going to be able to do anything. In the meantime, actually, wait, Honey Badger gets this knock into Dahoshi from LR, so they are in fact able to see what is happening inside this zone here, and they're trying to capitalize off of it. You can see that the end for Blissey might be near, as Gravity is now spotting him out.
Yeah, Honey Badger actually getting 2 knocks onto Lost Reality there, as D-Rich is able to find out Blissey, so eliminates Just Play in 4th. Adam on that east side also cleaning up the last remaining member of Vertigo. So Lost Reality gonna try and get some of these reses off, but I mean, you just got to give it to Gascans, even with the slimmest of angles, still finding an incredible amount of plays and getting those knocks on a Lost Reality. So just going to create problems for them in the end game, as these teams are going to have to start pushing their way out of this compound as this game comes to an end here.
I am just speechless with how Gascans is able to play these zones. These zones are just so strange, and here comes the zones actually going on ahead and giving them the advantage here, and now all Gascans have to do is wait for them to push out, and I'm pretty sure all 3 of these guys know not to overpeak. Like, some players have an issue of overpeaking and being taken down, and that gives teams the ability to go on ahead and push off of it, but none of Gascans are going to allow that to happen. I mean, let's be real. So, I mean, it's just a waiting game for them at this point, for Lost Reality and Gravity to push out of these compounds. I mean, if Gravity and LR can get some nasty shots on the Gascans, it's definitely going to help out, but right now we're kind of just waiting for that to happen, and it doesn't seem like they're really interested in peeking Gascans. They're more interested in peeking each other.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Gravity and Lost Reality here, they really don't have anywhere to play once the zone comes to a final close. You are going to see all these smokes start to come out to give them a little room to work with just outside the edges of their buildings, but ultimately, you got to think Gascans just have the strongest position here. I mean, Gravity are starting to make this rotation on the west side here, so we'll see if Nikos and Honey Badger are going to spot them out. I mean, they have smoke walled themselves to provide themselves a little bit of cover, so I'm curious to see if Gravity can make their way into this position.
It looks like Gravity are able to make themselves inside of the zone, just on the very edge, and now they're going to try and play to hold out Lost Reality. I mean, you can see the Stonestorm right here is actually laying down next to one of them. Zovern, there we go, Zovern going on ahead and spotting him out. That is going to be a down into flush onto LR, so that is a 2v2 situation. T-Rex falling shortly after. Dahoshi, the last one up at 6 HP, trying to go for a spray onto them. Does take him down to 27 HP, but gets the flush, and now, I mean, Zovern doesn't have any first aids. He only has bandies, and he's currently only at 30 HP. Gascans, knowing the numbers, are probably going to be pushing aggressively off of this, and he has no way to be able to heal quickly.
Yeah, D-Rich is at full HP, so trying to make something happen here. He is going to start to rotate on that southwest side, but unfortunately for him, just not a ton of room to work with. So Sovereign, again, trying to just play his terrain the best he can. But Gascans still have a huge Rich to work with here. D-Rich popping the bike up for a little bit of cover. Trade is going to come out, but Nico is going to get that knock on a Dobrik. D-Rich, the last remaining member, but Gascans just so overwhelming with that 3v1. Another win with 15 kills.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I just don't even know what to say at this point. Will they break 200 points? That is what I'm going to say. That'll be interesting
I think
to see.
that's 6 wins out of 9 games now. Like,
yeah.
that's just incredible.
That's disgusting. That's what that is. That's the word I use. Absolutely dominating. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I haven't been able to cast Gascans in a while, and I know they've been absolutely destroying in their lobbies, but I don't think that they've destroyed quite as bad, as nasty as this qualifying round so far. And I mean, with that in mind, we're gonna go on ahead and start getting into our first Erangel game. Reminder: we have 3 games on Erangel left for the end of our round of 32 qualifiers. We're gonna go on ahead and get into the next lobby and be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere, y'all, because will they break 200? That is the next question. See y'all soon. Hello, everybody. It's SpanCargo and 6 back. We're officially at the halfway mark for today's games. That means we only have 3 games left. So if you guys have some teams that are currently on the wrong side of the leaderboard right now, go on ahead and start sending those positive vibes, hoping that they'll go on ahead and get some really nice games out, finishing up these last 3 games on Erangel. Let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard so you can know who to send those good vibes to.
Yeah, so Gascans now just extending their lead by almost 100 points span. I mean, the rest of that top 8 is kind of looking pretty similar to what it was. You will notice Gravity made a pretty big jump as they are tied with No Cap now for 9th. So we'll look to see if they can continue to string some games together there at the end. I mean, they only had 5 kills that last game, but securing a 2nd place, grabbing those 6th placing points have jumped them up quite a bit, and only 7 points out of that qualification spot.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down to the wire. All these guys that are really on the edge here just need to continue playing, at least making up those points to stay in the top 8 if they're there, or they just need to go on ahead and push out a few more amazing games for themselves if they're going to want to continue in the Spark series. Let's go take a look at our first plane path on Erangel, though. As we can see here, the plane is starting on the northern side, just beside Severny on the east, is ending right on Military Island. So, I mean, it's right down the center, honestly. Everybody should be able to go on ahead, go to the location that they'd like to play at this rate. And really, it's down to the first zone shift. I wonder if it's going to be as gross as some of the ones that we've seen today, or will it be nice?
I mean, we've seen a couple of these vertical plane path zones on a wrangle, especially with the games yesterday. We had 2 back-to-back military circles, so I'm curious if we'll see another one here again. I honestly hope we don't. I want to give some of these other teams their opportunities to really show what they have instead of just over and over just giving Gascans the strong positions in this match. So we'll look to see where the circle pops for this game, but I mean, as these teams are branching out, we will get a pretty central circle, which is awesome. I do love to see that. But as these teams are branching out, nobody really playing too close to one another. So we're going to see a fairly quiet start to this game.
Yeah, we saw some shots coming out from Knightley and Yasnaya towards Beast Gaming as they're making a long push over. And I mean, BNL and Nutters are also quite close to each other, but BNL ended up being able to grab the vehicle, and Dice and Nutters were able to go on ahead and push off further to the northern side. And I mean, it looks like Ian and Richie B are just going for the vehicle, and they're going to go on ahead and leave themselves. So Netters can go on ahead and stay up on that northern spot. And as we can see here, our first zone has chosen itself, and it's centering around Pachinki Hill. A lot of these teams ended up being able to extend far out in here. So, I mean, True Sight 300, their locations are really looking nicely here. I mean, same with xXLife Gaming. They just have a massive split around the Gakka area. And then, of course, our team that's in charge of Pachinki. It'll be interesting to see where these guys decide to play on for the rest of this, because honestly, on a zone like this, I'm questioning where it's going to end. It's either going to end around Pachinki or in the field directly to the south of Pachinki Hill.
Yeah, it's hard to say, Span, but I will be curious to see what some of these teams will be doing that are down here on the southwest side. Because you got teams like 300 that do like to run these really wide splits, kind of like what True Sight and LF are doing right now. True Sight typically more of a team to run a little bit tighter splits, so you will probably see them kind of converge on a 4th position there as a 2-2 or maybe even a 3-1. LF they don't mind running bigger splits, but we're gonna take a look now. 300 does look like they're gonna crash onto Vegas.
I don't quite see. There we go. And it looks like he is not going to be able to go on ahead and leave fast enough. All of them crashing directly on to that barn building, instantly pushing in. They haven't seen him just yet. I mean, they're upstairs. I think they're getting ready. And he's successful in holding out one of them at least. But the push from Headkick and Viha is continuing. Vegas with 28 bullets left. Oh, I don't know what he was shifting to. It looks like he was going to try and put out a smoke to try and distract them. But it was much too late for that. Unfortunately, it looks like xXLife Gaming is going to lose one super early on there, and the res onto Voxic is coming into play. So it looks like 300, they chose this compound directly under the hill, and they've won it. I mean, they got to leave early for it, and they took it. And from this position, this is a really nice compound that later, if they have to, they can just go on ahead and rotate up on this hill for pretty easily. Even people who play up here can still be walked on by them in that compound.
Yeah, I have seen the zone. If it doesn't end north of that Chinky Hill, it does typically tend to center up right around that compound that 300 is occupying. So it's going to be a very, very strong position for them to hold. I mean, you still see a lot of these teams on these outskirts of the circle holding these really wide splits. So as these teams are going to start to make their rotations here soon, I wonder if we'll see a lot of teams losing some solo players as compounds are starting to be taken with solos just playing in them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the rest of these guys are going. It looks like Gascans already getting a little bit interesting coming out as well from Military Island. Adam already kind of scouting, looking on over. We can in fact see Black Mambas now trying to pull up on this road to see what they can play, but Odyssey, it looks like Mario ended up spotting them out here, trying to do a little bit of damage with their gun, shooting towards Protege right now, but not quite gonna hit. Unfortunately for Black Mambas, if they wanted this West Compound Orchard, it's just not going to be able to happen.
Yeah, so a lot of these teams are starting to move now. We do have no cap on the northeast side coming across Potato Hill. It does look like they might potentially run into just play as Plu's leading the charge for the rest of their team. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Maybe see some early engagements here. But Plube is just gonna wait over at the dog shacks just below the hill there, and just play will rotate themselves on down in the bark compound to the east of Pachinki. So lucky for them, no cap just opting to play cautiously here. We do have a lot of these teams centered up in this middle of Pachinki. So Black Mama's holding some strong areas. We do have Odyssey with the 2-2 split between the flat top and the church building on that west side there. So it's a good, strong positioning for them. Some shots popping out towards Black Mambas, but really just not great sightlines to make anything happen there.
Like Black Mambas have actually decided to do a really big split here. We can see Jake all the way here in this two story with LF directly to the west. I mean, Protege is still in the same position on the northern side of this road, and then we have one member all the way in Church and Ruins, and the next in the compound west of Package Compound. I mean, they're ready for anything. It seems super spread out. I mean, it's only 7 minutes in right now, so that's definitely not going to be punished, especially with how big this phase one zone is. But on the second one, if they're not together, I hope none of them get caught out on a rotation alone.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen on this north side of zone. It does look like Nike Nightly is making their way back west of this island. You do have Gravity, Nutters, and BNL that still haven't started making their rotations yet. So I'm wondering to see what they're going to scout, what they're going to find on their way in. You do have Beast Gaming down to the far east side of Lipovka, just now starting to make their rotate too. So I'm very curious to see where this first zone goes and how it's going to affect these teams' rotations as they're, I mean, more than likely going to play an edge position here as they're just starting to find their way in a circle.
We can also see all the bullets coming out now. Looks like Jake ended up finding himself a really difficult spot to play. We can see 300 actually kind of pulling on out here to see if they can punish him, but it is going to be the knock from head kick actually that takes him down. 300 definitely pushed on out after seeing him in that position. I don't know why Jake would leave his building. I'm kind of confused here. What could you have gained from moving forward from this little two-story? Maybe he was told to go on ahead and continue rotating to see if he could drive scout some information on the compounds further on the southern side, but that was already taken.
Yeah, I guess he was just trying to avoid being crashed from LF, the potential of that happening. But unfortunately for him, yeah, he is just going to run to 300 there. And 300 not shy about getting out of their compound and playing an aggressive amount of territories. It's very good on them to pick up another additional point there as they're starting off this game with 2 kills. We'll see that Nutters have made their way in. Lost Reality have started to make their way farther in. A couple pop shots coming out from TO, but he's going to feed that info that just plays playing in those compounds. There's shots just not really able to make anything happen.
Yeah, at this stage, it looks like everybody's just going on ahead and shooting bullets at each other, making sure that they don't come anywhere near, and really that's just it. But it looks like the push onto the poor Black Mambas might continue. You can see that Nutters here is actually getting really close to the position of where Protege is. Not to mention that Animate Thighs are in close proximity to Dash. So a lot of these guys from Black Mambas I'm getting a little bit concerned about. The rest of the Nutters, though, seems to have only left one near Protege. The others are actually going to go on ahead and backfill, take that compound the one Black Mamba member was at previously. So looks like they're going to go on ahead and set up there, waiting for this next zone to shift.
Yeah, I think that's a good grab for them too. I mean, especially if the zone does shift to that southeast side, that's going to be a nice little compound for them to hold. I mean, they won't have a ton of sightlines to work with, especially as they're getting pinched between multiple teams, but it does provide them just that little anchor position that they need to start scouting and feeding info for the rest of their team. I mean, Ripper will be off to the northwest, kind of by himself up there, so he will be looking to link up. The rest of Anime Thighs actually look like crashing onto this northeast side of the compound where Dash is occupying. So interesting to see if that has anything to come out to it. Good spray coming out from Fudge, but just not able to get the damage. Big spray pulling up. They had managed to pop the tires now. So Caden now following behind with the drive-by and able to get the knock and clean up on him. So very nice play there by Anime to be able to secure themselves a quick point.
I feel bad, but that is exactly what I figured might happen to Black Mambas if they stay in that massive 1-1-1-1-1 split there. I think I gave them an extra member in those ones, but that is exactly what I feared happening, and that is exactly what is happening. It looks like they're going to go on ahead and continue their reign of terror towards Protege, who's already gone ahead and pulled out. On the southern side, though, it looks like Gascans went on ahead and decided to be aggressive on the position of Lost Reality. Or is it the opposite? Lost Reality was up on the hill, actually, and it looks like now it's just down to Oldless. Honey Badger now the last one to go on ahead and start bleeding out. He catches out to Hoshi with a nice headshot. The rest of Lost Reality are trying to make rotation towards them, but he's completely, entirely blind. It looks like Stonestorm is trying to wait for the rest of his teammates to be pushing aggressively on this as well. But he's going to try and back out. Mitchie Boy, though, spotting him out. And that is going to be it for Gascans there. Lost Reality is going to go on ahead and take them out. They only lost to one member, but he wasn't flushed out, so the rest is going to happen. So that's a nice 4-point pickup for Lost Reality so far. I'm surprised by that decision, honestly, but it ended up working out.
Yeah, Gas just trying to get that aggressive position and push on a Lost Reality there. They already had a pretty strong hold into that, so a great job from them, showing what they can do in that second place spot, holding out this top team in the lobby. So unfortunately for Gascans going out early, like we said, they are secured themselves qualification already, but it's a great play from Lost Reality to show what they can do there.
It also looks like another fight might pop off very, very shortly on this eastern side. You can see Gravity pulling up into the position of Nightly right next to Potato Hill here. I think Nightly Esports definitely heard the vehicles of Gravity approach, and now they're trying to play this quite carefully, just control walking and waiting to see who they can spot out. I have a feeling that Batty Lol might be the first one spotted out by either Tetra or Sneak Attack. Oh, but here comes the bullets, and none of them are at Batty Lol, actually. Oh, there we go. Sneak Attack finally spotting him out, but D-Rich actually from afar with the headshot, bolt shot, going to be taking him down. That means there's only going to be one other person over there, Tetra, to try and protect him.
Yeah, Batty Lol trying to follow up with another nade to make get the flush on Sneak Attack there. Only doing about 50 damage, but Gravity realizing that they can isolate this split here are starting to all rotate towards Sneak Attack and Tetra's position. So a good follow-up nade from Manbun is able to get that flush on Sneak Attack, and now Tetra just sitting at 50 HP in the smoke as Manbun and Batty Lol should be able to make a push onto this now.
Yeah, you can see Morns and Unsilva here trying to make a rotation around to see if they can go on ahead and capture them, crunch them, whatever they can do, but make a wrap on them. See what that can happen, but they're just completely leaving Tetra alone to fight a 2v1 situation here. And I don't think that he realizes that Gravity, Batty Lol, and Manbun are actually behind him. And now he knows as Manbun goes on ahead and takes him down with a little bit of an M4 spray. But that means Mornson and Silva are going to be the last two up here. And it's against the entirety of Gravity. And I don't think they know exactly where they're at. Here comes Beast Gaming, though. Beast Gaming, they want these points. You can see that Nike actually going to go on ahead and get a nice mini 4x knock onto Batty Lol. Looks like Lucid is going to go on ahead and clean it up, so it is shifting a little bit. Will Nightly Esports take this opportunity to disengage or actually re-engage on this fighting between two different teams?
Yeah, I thought Knightley was going to start to pull away there, but they realized the Beast has got this knock and flush, and now they are re-engaging. The spray coming out from Civil, but the seed swap from D-Rich, they're doing a lot of damage to one another. D-Rich able to get that knock on Uncivil, though. So great play from him, and now Beast Gaming is going to get involved with this too, as they're looking to push up over top of the hill as Knightley's down to one player. So Beast doing a good amount of damage there, but Zavern able to snag that last kill. So some good points to start out the game for Gravity now, as it does look like Beast is going to disengage from this and pull back to their south side of the hill there.
Yep, now BS Gaming have to continue to try and get in on Potato Hill with no cap shooting them from the south. I'd also like to point out that looks like BNL made a major crash into where Nutters were, and it was an instant fight. I think they were all trying to rotate at the same time. We can still see their bodies here. Just instant death for all of the Nutters members, and instantly lost reality after hearing that, trying to get interested. It looks like Dahoshi is going to actually be punished by it from Gatz's barrel spray there, currently taken down. Mitchie actually leaving the situation. It also gets a little bit punished with a lot of damage being put onto him. True Sight Berry Vibes is going to go on ahead and actually steal the kill from onto Dahoshi, though. The rest of LR are going to continue to back up, disengage, go back to that compound that they won the fight with Gascans. Again, probably going to go on ahead, recuperate before making their next movement up. Because, as you can see, they can't move up to their previous position on top of this hill because Vertigo has already taken it.
Yeah, as the zone starts to condense, it looks like True Sight are going to have a strong position on that west side on that hill, but with 300 just so west of them, we do know that they like to play aggressive, could spew trouble for the rest of these teams. So it'll be interesting to see how True Sight play the backside of this hill, as they look to pick up some much necessary kill points for them to be able to make a gain on this leaderboard with only 3 games to play. 300 now. Neferhor has gotten a vehicle, and he is starting to send to this next peak in the hills. So it does look like 300 are going to want to try and get aggressive on this here.
Yeah, it also looks like 300 were gifted a little bit of a crate. I think VR Headkick is trying to get to it right now, but a little bit worried that True Sight might spot him out as they make the run for it. I mean, I definitely would be. There's a line when crates are worth it, but it looks like Headkick is actually going to go on ahead and risk it, take it down to 60 HP with just 1 bullet for one of the True Sight members, but I do think he's going to be able to successfully get it. And as that happens, they're actually hard shifted out of zone here. We can see it actually moving to the southeastern portion. We're going to see a lot of fighting happening before a bunch of rotations start, mainly one of them being between Gravity and Beast Gaming once again, because Gravity has to come in, and the only people in between them is the 4-man of Beast Gaming.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this fight take off here. Before this starts, I do want to point out that Via actually had a crate from the first zone, so he picked himself some 3-gear up with an MK. So 300 going to be going in this game with 2 sets of 3-gear and crate weapons. So very good pickup for them. So take a peek in here, the Beast Gaming and Gravity fight. See what's who's going to get this opening knock and who's going to start this push, because phase 4 is going to start coming in about 15 seconds. Davern with a good spray out. Manbun with another good off angle on the mini, able to get Nike down to just about 20 HP. So now Gravity are going to look to aggress on this as utilities starting to come out, but the follow-up nade's just not there as they're getting returned from Beast, able to kind of fend off Gravity's push for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go on ahead and take a little bit of a defensive position here. Seal going for the res onto his down teammate, but Gravity not wanting to be passive, but are already pushing aggressively. I mean, they can't be. The zone is going to start moving in about a minute and a half here. And there we go. It looks like they've gone on ahead and spotted each other out. I don't think they have any more util to kind of cross in there. Actually, Deerich definitely does have a lot of util. You can see he's down to 14 HP, and now he's going to go on ahead and utilize it. Let's see what's going to come of it. Zavern pushing on over, getting a knock on the Nike. Oh, gets a second one onto Lucid. That means it's just down to Seolfer on that eastern side, and that is going to be it. Right before them, it looks like True Sight is going to be taken out, and then Beast Gaming taken out in 11th. So Gravity all still up at 3 after losing battle early on. Now has 7 kills entirely, and they're going to be able to go on ahead and make an easy rotation into here. And it looks like the southern side, though, is just starting to pop off.
Yeah, so that's a great pickup for Gravity there. I mean, you're going to see this fighting take off on the southern side. No Cap about to be a part of this too. No Cap currently doesn't have any kills, so a strong gain on the leaderboard for Gravity here. So BNL starting to make this push on to Lost Reality. Stone Storm with some follow-up utility. Nate coming out. It's going to deal a little bit of damage to Richie, but just not quite get the knock that they're looking for. A lot of smokes coming out. It looks like they are going to wall themselves up to get a higher spot on this hill, but 300 are coming in from their west, and this could be trouble here for Lost Reality being pinched between two teams.
Looks like Mitchy Boy went on ahead and spotted out the push onto them from 300, instantly turning around, trying to spray them off, but I think they're realizing the pinch position. This is like a four-team sandwich with LR and BNL in the center. So it looks like LR are going to entirely shift their focus to try and take out 300, while BNL tries to shift their focus onto Vertigo. As you can see here, it looks like BNL getting a nice knock in her hell, though. It gets a little bit of the advantage. It looks like LR was a little bit interested at the same time, but instantly having to turn around back to 300. The Stone Storm actually falls, and it looks like Vertigo is going to be on the losing end on the fight with BNL, but the fight between 300 and LR has just started. T-Rex also now being taken down. It's just on a Mitchy Boy. They have 5 kills in total. Will Mitchy Boy be able to pick up any more? That's a nade, isn't it? He just killed himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mitchy Boy was doing there. I mean, maybe just denying a point from 300, being that he was almost certain death there. But Head Kick had a great angle to start that fight, getting that initial knock on a Storm. Now pushing on towards VNL. Via getting that opening red dot knock. So a great find out for Wade, getting the knock and flush on him. Is now Richie B is going to be the last member remaining for BNL. Does look like he's going to try and pull away from this, but he's going to be running straight into no cap, as now they're making a hard west push, and Richie going to be sandwiched here between these two teams as they start their push.
Looks like Manix is going to get a nice amount of damage onto Richie B, and with that, Viha actually goes on ahead and takes it from him from behind. So now it's going to be a fight between 300 and No Cap here. A lot of damage on the head kick, taking him down to 7 HP. The rest of his team are further above. You can see them trying to help him out by tossing all those smokes out. Viha with that MK is able to go on ahead and do a lot of damage with it, but unfortunately Neferhorde is going to follow, taking a knock there. So that means the entirety of cap is still up. And I don't know if they're going to be able to hold them out, as Addit is actually going on ahead and taking their trees. That means 300 is kind of stuck on the very edge, the side of this hill here. And they're just trying desperately to use the smoke as their way to creep up and start to try and get the advantage on this. They need to be able to spot someone soon, or No Cap will just be able to dominate on this.
Yeah, 60 able to push right in, but immediately getting trade out. Now 2 knocks on each side is Addit and Via just up there to the northwest. Via trying to provide this support as the Molotovs are coming in just barely out of range. So Addit trying to make something happen. This a great spray coming out from Via now. Is Ploob's going to be the last man standing for No Cap, with Via the last man for 300 here. So unfortunately, if No Cap goes out here, they are this is a fight that they really need to take points from if they want to keep their spot towards the top of the lobby. Utility coming out from Via now. A good spray over to get the flush onto Menix, but Ploob is going to peek up over that and get the last kill for No Cap. So 300 is going to be eliminated in 6th place. They are going to get the res on out of here and be up to 2 people going into this last couple zones, but they did manage to pick themselves up 4 kills between those 2 fights.
I'm actually surprised that Vihad started to try and go for a little bit of the flushes there. I think maybe my only thoughts is that maybe he thought a res was happening, so he wanted to go on ahead and try and take them out there. But otherwise, I feel like that's definitely not the time to try and go for those flushes. But I guess on the other coin, he also didn't know exactly where Ploob was, so he just wanted to go on ahead and secure those kills before Ploob showed himself. But in reality, that's what went on ahead, allowed Ploob to know where he is on the peak, and No Cap won the fight. And he was still able to get a res onto Addit as well, so Vihad definitely tried there, but I don't quite know if they played that 100% to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, so after all this took place, Gravity now finding themselves in a position of third party. So Mambas was getting caught out from far, but E-Rich pushing up, getting a great spray on a Ploob. And now Attic going to be the last member remaining for No Cap. If Gravity could clean this up, they'll be in a extremely strong position going in the end of this game, in which they desperately need points to get themselves in a qualifying spot.
Ooh, we can see the No Cap are actually taking the position of defense. Attic kind of laying on down here. He's hearing D-Ridge moving around him. Goes for a little bit of a spray, is unable to catch it. But Dierich now peeking on over. He's kind of just waiting for his teammate to meet up with him, but a nice headshot from Adit. Ooh, it's going to make this really hard for Dierich to push on over. If Badit is able to get the knocks onto both of these guys, they're both very low. There we go, knocking to Dierich. That means he's just down to Zavern, and because he put the initial damage onto them, Gravity is going to be the one eliminated in third. And speaking of third, if Adit, he definitely should be knowing how many people are alive. I bet he's hoping that it's not a 4v1 situation right now, but it definitely is. And we can see in the distance that all of Just Play are actually pushing on this super aggressively, because they can also do math. Oh, there's 5 people up, there's a solo, and we just heard them shooting. We're gonna push this aggressively. There's no way that one person can 1v4 all of them, right?
I mean, added a very strong fragger. Anything could happen. He does have some ridges to work with there. So Anime Thighs getting eliminated by Just Play in that far fight that was going on. So while we were watching the No Cap Gravity exchange, Flashy coming in for the drive-by. So they are just trying to find him out. Doogie has found him, but gonna easily clean that up. So a good, strong win for Just Play there. I mean, they only have 4 kills, but still a good amount of placement points to kind of separate themselves a little bit farther on this leaderboard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we've been paying attention hardcore to the very southern part of that zone for so long that I think the majority of the teams are actually down there. So they ended up just taking each other out and Just Play. They were playing in those barn compounds just in the field from Pachinki, and from there I think they just got to sit there and wait for all the zone to happen and push in towards the end. I mean, clearly they also got 3 other kills, so they had to kill some people to be able to get in that position, but because everybody was just taking each other out from the sides, that definitely helped them out, and it's still a very nice win for them. They still were able to go on ahead and put themselves in that position and fight for that position and then push at the end and win. So very nicely played for them. Hopefully that goes on ahead and brings them up a little bit, and that means we only have 2 games left for this qualifying round, which is very exciting. So we're going to be right back as soon as possible in the next lobby with the leaderboard. See y'all soon. Hello, everybody. I'm SpanCargo. With me is Six Speed, and we're in our last game. Six Speed. Can you even believe that?
Wait, I thought this was the second to last game here.
Is it?
I think
What's
so.
happening? Did I accidentally mess something up?
Yeah, I think this is game 11 span.
I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, you're totally right. For some reason, I think last game might have said game 5 instead of game 4. Oh well. Anyway, let's go take a look at that leaderboard.
Yeah, so like we were talking about, Gravity making an early jump on a Beast Gaming. They taking that initial fight over on Potato Hill, wiping Beast Gaming, and then following up with some more kills over onto No Cap before they eventually lost out on that fight. So Gravity making a big jump up into sixth place, all the way from what I believe they were in was tied for ninth. No Cap also making that jump past Odyssey too, picking up a lot of kills in a second place in that game. So very good job by those two teams to kind of switch this lobby around. And you will notice that between sixth place and 10th place, there's only a 5 point difference. So, again, going in these last two games, these points are going to be extremely crucial.
Definitely agree. And with that, let's take a look at our plane path as per usual here. We can see that it's starting up by Zarky and is actually going on ahead, ending directly beneath Melta Power. This is a pretty nice plane path. I mean, definitely not nice for Gascans if they want to get into military base, but they should be able to still stretch on over there. And because of where this plane path is set up, I don't think that this is going to pull down to military islands, hopefully for these teams. Also, can you believe it's the last game? No, because it's not. So, pretty a whoops there. I was actually just thinking, like, how are these games going so fast? The answer is it's not. It also looks like Anime Thigh's Culture wins the car against a Mac Dub for Black Mambas, and there we go. He's gonna go on ahead, take him out of his misery. I wonder if he was saying anything to each other. Unfortunately, we're not going to have that unmuted for definitely important reasons, but it looks like Culture's gonna go on ahead, take the car and a kill early on, and with that, they're also just inside of zone, centering around shooting range. We can see that the fighting is not ending, actually, as Honey Badger is just being a little bit of a terror here as he's taking down two members from Beast Gaming with a micro easy. Poor BCO and Nike here. The rest of Beast Gaming are far away. One in Lipovka, the other at Up and Down to the north of Lipovka. I mean, I guess Gascans couldn't go to their usual drop, so they decided to go on ahead and drop somewhere else. And unfortunately for Beast Gaming, it just happened to be on them. And that's exactly what Beast Gaming does not need in their lives right now. But unfortunately, they don't have a choice in that matter.
Yeah, unfortunately for Beast Gaming they're one of those teams just outside of this qualification spots that desperately need points going in these last two games. So losing two players early out to Honey Badger and the rest of Gas Cans, it's going to be very unfortunate for them as they try and piece together what they can going into this second to last game here. So if Gravity and No Cap are able to pull out ahead of them, it's going to be very nice, and they should be thanking Gas Cans for this. It's going to put a damper on Beast Gaming's spirits for this game.
Looks like 300 also all pulling up onto this compound at the same time. That was kind of like super in sync. I wonder if they still think that Protege is in this compound from Black Mambas, but he is in fact pulling off to the northern side, kind of just making a big wraparound on them. They do seem to be clearing it together. Yeah, they definitely think that the Black Mamba member is still there, but he is in fact not. He heard those vehicles, he realized the rotation, he's getting the heck out of there. Do Black Mambas, are they worrying about 300? Are they close on the leaderboard? I wouldn't think so. No, Black Mamba, they're in 14th place. I wonder if 300 is just trying to get some points on them? Or probably not. They're probably just seeing like, hey, these guys are really close to us on our land. Let's go ahead and kill them, so.
Yeah, so I was actually taking a peek at that while everybody was finding their respective drop spots. So Protege was down at that compound that was previously occupied by 300. They had tried to challenge for the esports there, but Protege, unfortunately, being beat to the car and the compound, veered off to that compound, which 300 is now occupying. So 300 knew that he was there as a solo, tried to take advantage, but Protege able to get out and escape from that. So good on him to maintain himself and keep himself alive. I wonder if Black Mamas are going to play a little bit closer together this game. We did see them run that large split last game that ultimately cost them what could have been a strong position in zone. So we'll keep an eye on them.
So far, they're definitely split, but it does look like Jake is attempting to get close to Protege once again. But as we can hear, are 300 gonna go on ahead and move out again, or are they content with that compound? Imagine if they. It looks like Viha, he's all like, you know what, head kick, you looked at me funny, I'm gonna take you out. But they should be able to go on ahead and get the res. I was gonna ask, like, do you think they're gonna take the vehicles, go back to the compound, thinking that maybe Protege made it back there? But I kind of doubt it. I think they're content in that compound. Honestly, it's in center right now. The zone loves that compound. From there, I wouldn't be surprised if the zone keeps pulling there, but well, definitely, it's hard to tell on phase 1. On phase 2, it's definitely a little bit easier to make a guess. But for now, we're just going to have to wait as everybody moves on. It does, in fact, look like the 2 members of 300 are going to move onto where Protege is. Taking him down to 33 HP. His helmet is very hurt. Here comes some smokes to try and distract them, but with that Molotov from Voxic, that is going to be it. That Molotov spread a lot. Like a lot. Holy smokes. Holy fire, I really should mean here. So it looks like Black Mambas are in fact going to be punished once again. Jake and Dash unable to make it to their teammate fast enough. I don't think they had a vehicle. I think now they do from Dash, but I think Jake was just running this whole time. And because of that, once again, Black Mambas are down to 2 members once again. I feel like we've been seeing them just as a 2-man for a while now.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, that solo play by Protege does cost him, and it's going to be Black Mambas losing another member early. So I wonder if 300 will maintain a split between these 2 compounds. We did see in the first day that they like to split out with that plane compound just to their northwest here, but a lot of these teams finding space now. You see Black Mambas down at that southern compound. You have Nightly Esports just to the east, Anime Thigh stuck in between, even Just Play now come down to the southeast. So this southern side is about to get congested pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Just Play and No Cap seem to be trying to take this same bridge right beside Rozhok, like right by Valiant, and No Cap had to go on ahead and push off of it. But now Just Play, as they're continuing their rotation, they're coming up on Anime Thighs right now, and it seems like they're gonna actually go ahead and stop. They see the vehicle that Fudge is currently driving. A knife spray from Blissey going to do a little bit of damage onto him, but not enough to get the down. And the rest of Anime Thighs are actually gonna go on ahead and go back to their previous compound. Maybe they thought that the compound where Black Mambas are was free, kind of drove over there, realized, and went on ahead and backed up. But as you can see, the Black Mambas going ahead and taking Blissey down to 3 HP, and now a fight between Anime Thighs and Just Play came in. It looks like Flashy got a little bit too close, and he's going to go on ahead and have a death by fire. In the distance, we can hear an absolute spray coming out from one of the Nightly members. It's actually Uncivil spraying at it, telling him to go away, while the rest of them are actually making a really wide northern rotation up to Severny.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Span, let's take a look down at that Vertigo Gascans altercation. Vertigo just down to 1 member, Sambuca now. Gascans did lose out on Old List, but Sambuca doing his best to just stay alive and try and make something happen here. All 3 of his teammates still alive, just knocked at the moment, but Gascans do have some strong angles to play with as Honey Badger and Adam, the last 2 players remaining for Gascans.
Dahoshi from Lost Reality even went on ahead and did a little bit of damage to Sambuca, so it seems like not even this other team is going to go on ahead and help them out. We can see T-Rex actually now putting a lot of damage onto Adam, taking him down to half HP. He's currently trying to use that shack as cover, but here we go. Here comes Honey Badger. Will he win the fight? The answer is no. Vertigo is going to be eliminated from that drive-by Honey Badger. He is taken down to half HP, though. Will Lost Reality take this as an opportunity to try and take out Honey Badger and Adam? Is the question. I mean, I don't think that they're in really a position. No, they're in fifth. They could do it if they really wanted to. If they really wanted to go on ahead and mess around, you know, go on ahead and eliminate Gascans, they could do it if they wanted to. But I wonder if they're just going to go on ahead and prioritize zone is the question. Let's see what Mitchie Boy is currently doing. He's driving towards Funnel right beside New Compound.
Stonestorm actually gotten an angle to the east here, and he is firing shots out. So he has now confirmed that Gascans are still in the dip for the rest of his team. Able to get about 60 damage down onto Adam, who is forced back to heal. So it does look like Lost Reality actually is going to surround them here and try and make a play on this.
While we wait for that to go on ahead and be more aggressive, we can see up on the north side, in the center here, actually, I should really say, 300 PUBG got crashed on by Just Play. We watched them leave here, and now I think it's just down to Doobie. Doobie holding that window is going to get a knock onto head kick. They get the flush coming out as well. A nice nade as well. No, that nade was actually from his own teammate. Neferhor threw that nade and took out his teammate. The flush came out. I mean, 301, but it's only down to Neferhor and Voxic now. So that's a little bit of an unfortunate timing there. It also looks like Gascans were able to go on ahead, get in their vehicles, and successfully escape so far. Honey Badger and Adam both with their own buggies. I think Lost Reality, I mean, all 4 of them are still up. I wonder how they let them go on ahead and make it on by. But more aggressively, I guess I could call it, is BNL is in a fight with Odyssey at this compound on top of Spine. And it looks like Enan for BNL is currently downed, while Odyssey is just down to Evasion, who's currently trying to drive away with a broken tire.
Yeah, so BNL and Odyssey were getting in a fight on that hill. BNL did a good job of getting a lot of knocks out, but then you had Nutters off there to the northeast who were in that plane compound, able to come in third party and steal away couple of those points. Aguila able to pick up one of those flashes. Mario is still just knocked on that other side of the hill, but doesn't like they've seemed to have been able to find an angle on that. As NoCap's actually seen them extend over, so now they've tried to push on this plane compound, but Ripper doing a good job to get a knock and flush. So that push is going to be defended off, and Nutters are going to return back to the plains.
Yeah, definitely a nice split for them. Ripper being able to shoot them off. It's going to make NoCap leave. I mean, Ripper was taken down to 30 HP, but a little bit too worried is going to have them just going ahead and take a little bit of a safer option and push off. It also seems like everybody now starting to have a little bit of a home. Only 3 teams are outside of the zone. Honestly, 14 teams. Losing 2 teams this early, I don't want to say surprised about now being the last 2 games, but a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see now that teams realize this comes down to the wire. They're starting to be a little bit more aggressive, starting to try and pick up those extra points. We see that Beast Gaming's finally made their way in on that fairly central part of zone, just playing the bunker there between D-Rich and Man-Bun of Gravity. So they have managed to find themselves in. They will have a little bit of terrain to work with, provided the zone plays a little bit in their favor. But Gravity will definitely be looking to take them out as the team that's right below them on those leaderboards. So I would say right now, Gravity does arguably have a strong position, but depending on where the zone goes, if it pulls south, you could see Enemy Thighs in 300 here with a good position for them as well.
Yeah, so it does look like Gascans are going to be able to make a rotation on the eastern side, get inside. I wonder if Chusei will go on ahead and spot him out. It looks like Adam's just going to go on ahead, take refuge at Alamo for now. Honey Badger going to shortly follow. The rest of Lost Reality trying to figure out where they can go by scouting from the very south part here on Roshawk. And I mean, it also looks like barely not legal. Richie B is trying to be aggressive onto Life Gaming, and he's going to go on ahead and be punished for it a little bit. A nice SLR headshot from Kana, actually getting the knock onto him.
Yeah, Richie was trying to grab a little bit of info for the rest of the team. I think they knew that LF was down to the southwest of them, so peeking up over that hill, didn't realize that Kana and Pre were right there on the hill with him. So he'd spotted out Vegas in the compound, but the second he tried to pull away, that third party came in and unfortunately getting knocked in flush. So that is going to leave BNL with just 2 players remaining, but some very solid fraggers out that they have left as they're going to try and make a play towards the center of zone, I feel.
Yeah, very, very shortly we're about to see this next zone pop. I mean, it looks like 4Earth has realized that Gascans is really close. I mean, you can see Adam just on the ridge here. 4Earth is trying to go on ahead and peek a little bit with that 4X M24, but here comes Honey Badger. I think Adam has realized, like, hey, there's one person here. You want to go on ahead and crash that? 4Earth, oh, he made a little bit of a run towards his vehicle. I think he was afraid he's going to go on ahead and be crashed there. Looks like he's going to go on ahead and be a little bit bold here for a little bit longer. True Earth. Oh, spotting out Adam. It looks like Berry Vibes is going to do some damage. And now 4Earth is trying to leave. I don't think Honey Badger is in any position to be going for a little bit of a drive-by there. So 4Earth is going to successfully get away, go for the pickup onto Adam. And now they have to go because the zone has shifted once again. And 300, they're in. But there's only 2 of them.
Yeah, so a pretty weird shift there. We see it pull hard to the southwest. So Gravity going to be forced to play in that shooting range compound, which we do see is pretty difficult getting in towards this end game here. BNL on that southwest side not opting to start the rotation, so they're trying to get out and get some kills on these LF members as they start to rotate. So LF is going to start coming in on that western side. I wonder if they're going to make their way into plains over with the rest of Nutters there.
I feel like LF haven't been doing too many aggressive plays, at least not that any I've noticed. I wouldn't be surprised if they just went on ahead and sat below these ridges, or maybe even went a little bit further north to try and play where no cap currently is, but obviously that's where no cap is. But right where they find somewhere clear, that's where they're going to play. Looks like everybody else now making the movement in. We're going to see Beast Gaming going ahead, taking this ridge and this shack just on top of this hill. Nightly Esports actually has a massive split out here right now. Tetra's driving the opposite direction. Oh, he's going for a vehicle. Oh, will Honey Badger be able to punish this? Looks like Honey Badger has in fact heard him. There we go, pulling out the barrel, getting a nice headshot onto Tetra, taking him down till around 30 HP. Will he be able to get that one last 8x SKS hit? Oh, he hits it just a little bit more. And it looks like Honey Badger is going to have to actually go ahead and run off of that, unable to get the knock into Tetra. Tetra was at 4 HP.
Yeah, Adam's starting another rotation for Gascans now, trying to take advantage of Nightly, but Sneak Attack just doing a great job to shoot him out of his buggy and secure that kill. So Honey Badger going to be the last member for them. They do have 6 kills, so they are able to take away something from this game. But I feel like we will still see Honey Badger be a little bit aggressive here, just with the big lead that they have. A lot of these teams on this north side now have made their way in. So you got No Cap on that west side, xxLife Gaming on that west, also just barely making their edge in. Lost Reality able to cross over from Rozhawk, make their way on in the south. So this next zone is going to be like the end all be all for whoever's going to start to shape up to be the winner of this game. So if it pulls south, it's going to be hard for a lot of these northern teams to make their way in up the hill. If it pulls north, there's going to be a lot of forestry play, a lot of utilities going to come into play. So just take a look here and see what happens.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out, I think Adam might have been trying to drive by the Nightly guys in that one story, so he definitely was going to go on ahead and not be able to do that. And it also looks like Anime Thighs has spotted out the rest of Beast Gaming, throwing a little bit of nades down into their smoke right now, but not spotting them just yet. They're all currently prone right on that ridge. Now we can see one of them actually going on ahead, backing off to try and take that shack. But with that zone shift, it looks like it is in fact going to go into the favor of 300's compound once more. I know we pointed out earlier, that's why I keep pointing it out now. And it also looks like True Sight wants Dash's compound. We can see, there we go, a little bit of a Molotov going on ahead and catching Jake on fire, taking him down to around 20 HP. He's having to run for his life here. Dash trying to go on ahead. His job needs to go on ahead and try and protect his teammate as he's backing up. And it doesn't look like True Sight is going to push aggressively in time. And now they're both going to go on ahead and have to play this 3-story building as all of True Sight start to try and fight. It does look like one member of True Sight was actually taken down by Honey Badger, so...
Yeah, 4th was trying to make a rotation over towards them to kind of meet up and converge on one another. Unfortunately, getting caught out by Anime Thighs on that northeast side. Now Anime Thighs returning a lot of shots towards Nightly Esports. Martin's making a rotation past Beast Gaming. Not enough damage able to come out on them as Nightly's probably going to have a heck of a time trying to find their way into this zone. We'll see Gravity on that far north side. Zavern has managed to make himself an anchor position in, might be able to grab himself a crate there as the rest of Gravity are going to make themselves available on that north end as well.
We can see that Life Gaming also trying to make rotation in is getting right into LR's business, making them try to go for a little bit more of a northern rotation. We can see BNL is there as well, though. So right when Kana is going to stop here, BNL is going to go on ahead and start the onslaught, trying to use smokes as cover, trying to use the vehicles as cover. It looks like Kana's going to be stuck here, and the rest of their team is just going to try to leave. Looks like they're going to go on ahead and find refuge at a little bit of trees there, but it looks like No Cap hearing the vehicles stop. I mean, they need to get inside zone, so they're going to go on ahead and try to push that, obviously. Right now, it seems like they're kind of just waiting and listening.
Yeah, I think xxLife kind of have an idea of where they are too, kind of looking around, trying to find them out. Haven't quite spotted sightlines on any of their players yet, but as zone pushes them in, we will see this fight take off. So Kana on that far west side trying to get these off angles, has found Addit now, but just so many sightlines from No Cap is able to quickly clean up. Plus on that, Aim Day now coming in, able to get a great knock on Addit, and this could be the push that LF is looking to make happen here on a No Cap. Plube still caught outside of the zone, slowly ticking down. Menox in the blue, but able to able to return a spray from Blue, but the barrel there is going to knock their player. So no cap, going to look to make their way in the zone as they are ticking in Blue with just 2 players remaining. They won't be able to get this res on Addit.
Yep, now they're starting to make their way in. Aim day down. It looks like X100 Pre and Lake Vegas are not going to go on ahead and try to get the res on that. Aim day still alive. We'll be able to call like, hey, he's on me. He just flushed me out. So xXlife Gaming is going to try and look backwards. Will Lake Vegas's nade catch anything? The answer is no, but this is phase 5. So phase 5 is definitely hurts a lot. If they don't make it inside zone here shortly, it's going to be to their demise. And I mean, xXlife Gaming, they're going to stay here to try and capitalize off of it. It doesn't look like BNL is interested in trying to punish them, so this is what it's going to be for now. In the distance, we can see that Anime Thighs are actually taken out by Nutters here. Looks like they try to make a little bit of a rotation. Gravity also taking a lot of damage. You can see it's just down to D-Rich, the last one up for them. And still on the southern side, man, True Sight and Black Mambas are still here. Same with Honey Badger. Honey Badger's just waiting to try and get in on this fight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like True Sight's not really going to be able to string together games to be able to get themselves in a qualifying spot. But I mean, if they could pick up some kills here and win this game, I mean, hey, we could see a very strong last game from them. Anything can happen. So fortunately for Gravity, they could have capitalized on that positioning with Beast Gaming going out early, but just being caught between Nightly and Nutters there, unfortunately getting eliminated in, I believe, the 10th place spot. And now looks like Nutters and xXLife Gaming are going to be getting in a little bit of a scuffle with each other.
It looks like they definitely spotted out Jam, but they didn't spot out the closer one. So one of them instantly getting down means it's just down to X100 Free. There you go. Pankill being spotted out with that Groza, but from afar, Pankill and Jam, they're going to get those SLR shots. xXlife Gaming is going to be eliminated in 7th. They're not going to be able to get the res onto Pankills. This is phase 5. About to go into 6 damage. And that means look how many teams are on the outskirts right now. I mean, this 3-man, a 4-man, another 4-man. All the strong teams are on the outskirts slowly kind of like sweeping their edges, I guess I'd like to say here. It also looks like 300, even though there's only 2 of them, are trying to be aggressive on Nightly Esports, taking their shots, actually punishing Nephrohor a little bit by taking him down to around 30 damage. And we can see Lost Reality on this western side does not want the rest of Nutters to get inside zone here, taking shots at them currently as they're trying to smoke in.
Yeah, if Nightly want any chance at a qualification spot here, Span, this is going to be the game to do it because they already have themselves 7 kills, making themselves in on that east side. Nutters stuck in a pretty rough position here on the west as Lost Reality, another one of these top teams, just having absolute numbers of angles on them. Stone Storm able to get the knock and flush on a Jam. Now the fire is being transferred over to Aguila there. And Ripper and Aguila just in a tough spot trying to make it in on that northwest side of zone.
Yeah, it looks like Stonestorm gonna go on ahead and have to go pause and heal on up. These guys, the brothers, trying to find a way to get inside zone. They're just being absolutely pelted by LR. That's going to be the end to one of the brothers. Now it's just down to Ripper, the phase 5 damage. Oh, he is going to be able to heal on up, but now it just looks like he's trying to play a heal off game here. I think him accidentally canceling that, is that going to be the end? No, it's not. It's going to go on ahead get that just in time. The rest of LR, I think they were just hoping to kill him. They don't seem too interested in actually pushing off of that. Black Mamba's also being taken out in the process by True Sight, it seems. They have 2 kills, yeah. Now getting punished by Nightly Esports. Sneak attack finding out Barry vibes there with a nice headshot, mini shot. And now they have to try and make a rotation around. Nightly Esports definitely realizing that, like, hey, this is our chance to try and hold these guys out, or starting to try and make a move on it to take shots at them.
Yeah, Marins has a good spoiler angle on 300 here. I don't know if 300 realizes that he's this close. The Molotov does come out so great, and they have spotted him, and that's going to get a quick knock on Marins here. So he is going to bleed out, unfortunately. Nightly going to try and come in that for their res, but Marins is taking really, really quick. It must be a second knock for him.
You can also see that a little bit of a pan hit onto Sneak Attack. It looks like True Sight wanted to do some damage. Oh, Sneak Attack is going to be caught on fire. Morns actually wasn't on fire, but Sneak Attack not wanting to go on ahead and risk it is going to leave. I mean, better just 1 than 2. So they're going to leave. True Sight is going to try and make a rotation up onto this hill. Seems like they've now found a spot, but honestly, Nightly Esports, and Lost Reality, they both want to try and push off of this, so XxLife might find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. We can already see the Tetra was taken down, though, so now there's just 2 left for Nightly Esports on their northeastern side, and I think that is the direction they should push, and it looks like they're already set into motion to do so.
Yeah, TrueSight is trying to get aggressive on this, though. The spray coming out from Zolmox, but fire going to be returned by Sneak Attack. So a lot of damage coming out here. Not finding the knocks on Sneaker at all, but Sneak able to pop off at first heals. He looks to get this off angle now. More sprays coming back from one another. Arson being forced back to heal off of this ridge. He is going to unpeak. Uncivil is going to try and go for this ridge or res on a Tetra. Sneak Attack is going to get knocked by Dahoshi. Stonestorm is going to get that final kill on the Tetra, so Uncivil going to be the last man standing. A great spray coming out on the Arson here, but Zolmox is going to be there to clean that up, and that's going to be Nightly out in 4th place.
You can see here that now he's trying to wait to see if he can get the res into Arson, but this is phase 6 moving in. You're not going to be able to get that. Instead, a little bit of a trade of meds as he's going to run towards his down teammate of Berry Vibes. I mean, Berry Vibes is definitely resable. He has hard cover and he's in zone, but we can see that LR, Lost Reality, definitely interested in just finishing this off as Stonestorm is trying to push aggressively with that 3x barrel. He doesn't have a vest, though, and he only has 1 nade, so if this 1 nade misses, or if there's even a little bit of a peak, it could be the end for him. Here comes the nade, though. It's actually going to bounce off of his head. It goes on ahead, bounces off of his head. It's going to explode, but it's going to be the shot from T-Rex that goes on ahead and takes him down. We can see Mitchy Boy getting a knock on a Neferhor, though. This is the last fight. It is a 1v3 situation as they got 1 knock onto 300, 1 knock on LR. We can see that LR currently has 10 kills in total. 300 currently has 7, and they're trying to get the res onto Neferhor right now.
Yeah, so a lot of smoke utility coming off. It does look like Voxic will be able to get this res on a Neferhor. So if Lost Reality able to make a quick push on this, get some util out, they should be able to clean up this fight pretty quickly. But if they give 300 a lot of time here, this could be a tough push for them coming up the hill. So we'll see that Neferhor has gotten res. He has gotten that first aid off, and they're immediately looking to get this off angle and single out Mitchy Boy. But Mitchy is going to rotate and play close to the rest of this team. So as they counter rotate on one another, they're going to be searching and trying to find out where these players are for each other.
And they're playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie now. Mitchy Boy definitely went on ahead and pulled back to his team because he didn't want to push alone. And good thing he did it. He did that because, I mean, 300 PUBG, they ended up making a rotation that way. So it does look like 300 is going to catch out another member of LR. That means it's going down to a 2v2 situation. I mean, I felt bad that 300 lost 2 early on, but they actually still might be able to win this even though they lost 2 so early in phase 1. It does look like the res is going to come out on T-Rex, so Mitchy Boy is going to go on ahead and pick that up. So now it's back to a 3v2, 300 continuing to make these large rotations. In about 50 seconds here, we're going to see this zone pop. And it'll be interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah, unfortunately for 300, just not having that info, not being able to get aggressive enough to capitalize on that knock. I'm not sure what their play is to start pushing down the hill here, but Lost Reality, I think, has spotted them out and are trying to get aggressive on this now with the high ground.
It looks like they're looking to their side, so the plan was for 300 to try and make a little bit of a wrap on them. They got 1 knock on the T-Rex, but there we go. Instantly, Mitchy Boy going for the trade. You can see Neferhor ends up taking Mitchy Boy down very, very low, but Stonestorm is now there. Oh, taking down Mitchy Boy as well. It's now Neferhor and Sandstorm left. Neferhor is down to 33 HP. He has to go on ahead and heal up as Neferhor. I mean, he's at, like, what is that, 70 HP? About 65. He doesn't have any util. He might be trying to pick it up off of this body, and he has got it. He has all of the Molotovs in the world, and there we go. The chucking has started. So far, it looks like they're going to be a bit short, but this next one is directly beside them. Oh, Neferhor is on fire. Voxic is not. Neferhor is going down here. He landed another one. So it's going to be a 1v1 once again, and Sandstorm knows exactly where Voxic is. There we go. A little bit of a reload, and he wins the peak on the tree. I cannot believe that just happened. He had that hard cover, just a little bit of a peak, and Sandstorm is out. 300 PUBG has won her second to last game with a 20-point game. 10 kills. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, very surprising. Lost Reality wasn't able to pull that together. But like I said, neither team was able to get aggressive enough on one another's knocks. I think I mean, even 300 could have initially won that game if they had a push on their opening knock at the top of the hill, but a great rotation from them down. I mean, lucking out there, Neverhort getting the heal on a Voxic, backing into the molly, knocking himself, but Voxic just a great player, able to peek around and get that knock and clean up that win. So unfortunately for Lost Reality, going to have to take the second place there. But both of those teams are going to make a good gain in the standings. I will think that they're both going to be guaranteed qualifying position there.
Definitely agree. And with that, that means we have one game left. We're going to go on ahead and jump into that lobby. So we'll be right back as soon as possible to see our last game of action. So see you guys very shortly. Hello, everybody. Now I can ask the question. But first of all, hello, this is SpanCargo. With me is 6speed, but now I can ask 6speed, how are you feeling that now we're in the last game of our round of 32 qualifying rounds?
I mean, it's going to come down to this last game. Still see a lot of close teams, all within a couple points of one another. So Gravity in 8th with 57 points, No Cap there in 7th with 58. And then you have 2 teams just below them with a 5-point gap. So I think you'll see Odyssey just barely out of that qualifying spot. They'll play a pretty calm game and try and make themselves in the end game and pick up those placement points to send them in the qualification spot. But for your teams like Nightly and xxLife Gaming, I think you'll see a lot more aggressive play with them being a little bit over 10 points out of that 8th place spot there. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. Maybe even Anime Thighs are going to get aggressive, just a little under 20 points. So unlikely, but still possible that they could find themselves in that 8th place there.
I wonder if we're going to see some sort of a hot drop happen because of how close the leaderboard is. Like, are people going to try and punish each other for this? And let's actually take a look at the map while we're at it to try and figure that out ourselves. Because as we can see, we're just coming to the end here, starting up by Stalber, ending by Primorsk. Let's see if these guys are going to go on ahead and go on top of each other. Let's zoom in here for a little bit more detail. It actually looks like, I mean, No Cab and Vertigo are kind of close to each other, but they usually are. But other than that, it doesn't seem like it. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I mean, like I said, I thought we would expect to see some of these teams that are a little bit farther out of points, maybe do a little bit of hot dropping here, but not the case as this game's getting underway. So we'll look to see where this first zone plays out. Shifting over to that west. So TrueSight are going to have a strong position in here with LF. Not a lot of other teams in this zone, but keep an eye on Anime Thighs and Nightly Esports on this game because I think they are going to try and play super aggressive here and pick up the kill points they need and then look to get in this end game and pick up that win to solidify a qualification spot for them.
Definitely. It will be interesting to see. I mean, we're going to see Anime Thighs actually make a rotation out of Rozhawk. Let's see where Nightly is. It seems like they are actually all the way in Yaw, so even further from this zone because the zone has popped, pulling over towards TrueSight, actually around this Gaka Quarry area. And we can already see LR. I mean, Mitchie Boy and TRX already started making a rotation over there. Quite interestingly enough, they stopped right above headphones.
Yeah, so it does look like LR are just playing right close there to LF, xxLife Gaming. So I wonder if they're going to try and get aggressive on that. I mean, LR at this point, they've already solidified themselves a qualifying spot. So they may just be looking to practice some things here in this last game. I mean, you see that super wide split that they're holding with Tahoshi and Standstorm. So, I mean, I don't expect them to really be focusing on this game too much. But again, going in this aggressively and anchoring themselves in early position. You'll see they are starting to rotate again straight towards Vegas. So I wonder if we'll see a quick crash here.
It looks like it. Ooh, it looks like Vegas taking down a half HP on that little bit of a spray there. Tio is also going to be down. I think that was probably planned. You know, they probably knew that this was it, and they wanted to go on ahead and punish it, and that's why this happened. So it looks like TRX is actually at 7 bullets left. Mitchie at 14. Will they go on ahead and push that?
Yeah, and unfortunately for xxLife Gaming here, this is not how they want to start this game by losing a player early here. Again, one of those teams that's just about 20 points outside of qualifying. They can put together a solid game with the win. Mitchie Boy landed some great shots on there. Vegas just barely able to dip around the corner of that building. Mitchie with just 5 bullets, though, trying to chase after him as they're just making laps around this house trying to capitalize.
There you go. It does look like they also have a little bit of a shotgun. They've now met in the middle. Where have they gone? T-Rex. Oh, he's like, I think he's upstairs, but he doesn't want to push alone, which is definitely good for him. And now here comes the push. Mitchie Boy and T-Rex are going to push up there. We can hear a little bit of a stun coming into play, though. And in the meanwhile, we can see the Kana is actually coming on up. So Lost Reality did not finish this fast enough, and that is going to give the rest of Life Gaming the opportunity to come on and crash on this, which is exactly what they do not want. You can Stone Storm in the distance as well. T-Rex spawning out like Vegas. There we go, getting the knock. Let's see if Mitchie Boy is going to be able to do anything here. He does, in fact, find a scar, so he's going to get a gun at least. But here comes the push from the rest of these guys. T-Rex actually getting a knock on Akana as well. It's just aim and Ooh, it's just 2 members left. There goes a nade. Will that get a knock on a T-Rex? It doesn't look like it's going to get that, but the fire is catching them on fire. X100 free and aim day trying to hold these guys off. Will they try to go for the res on the Kana as they hold this off? Oh, T-Rex also getting down. Mitchy Boy with the shotgun. Getting another down onto aim day means it's just X100 free left. Looks like they try to push off of that, and they're instantly punishing Tahoshi for being alone. But 100 Pre is going to back himself into the small corner. Honestly, they could just throw one Molotov in the shed, but it looks like it is instead going to be Mitchy Boy pushing with that shotgun. It's going to go on ahead and take our first team out of the game. xXLife Gaming, that's it for them, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to be eliminated from this tournament. I mean, not a solidified position on that leaderboard, but they are not going to be making it to the group stages, unfortunately for them. So just a great push from Lost Reality to come in. Like Vegas, just not able to hold off that push for his team to get in there, and Lost Reality able to quickly come clean that up. And now we see Via coming in from that south side, starting a third party. He is solo at the moment, but able to get a free headshot on a Mitchy Boy. And then we also going to have Odyssey hearing all of this to the northeast on Pachinki Hill, looking like they might want to get involved.
Yeah, it looks like Vieja after that knock is going to go on ahead and continue on with a rotation away. I mean, the rest of his teammates are actually very far to the southern side here. And at the same time, we can see that Odyssey went on ahead and took the top part of Pachinki Hills. The question is, are they going to be aggressive onto LR's position? Odyssey, they're a team that needs points, aren't they? Aren't they like, are they 9th or 10th? I think they're 9th, aren't they?
Yeah, Odyssey tied in that 9th place spot with Beast Gaming, so they are one of those teams that they don't necessarily have to be super aggressive here, being only 5 points out. But if they're going to play a casual game looking for this end game placement points, they're going to have to hope that those bottom half of the top teams are going to have a poor game to follow up here. So they are going to be looking to get kill points, but also make it to the end of this game to secure themselves a spot. So
where is this kid driving? Oh my god, he crashed, didn't he? Oh no. I was like, he ran into a tree, and then right when he flipped over, he started driving towards Lost Reality. I think he crashed. Yep, and that's gonna be it. Poor Odyssey is gonna go on ahead and actually lose a member because of a game crash. That actually sucks. The rest of these guys, though, they're going to have to continue on their rotation. They can't do anything about it. It's just unfortunate that it's happened there. I feel like everybody at this point has had some sort of heartbreaking situation happen. And, I mean, that happening in their last game definitely didn't need that, but it's something that they're going to have to try and come back from now.
Yeah, one thing I will point out too, Span, if you look at this north side of the circle, we've got Gravity and Nutters trying to get in. BNL are already on that south side of George. Nightly have rotated all the way from Yasnaya and found themselves in the compound just south of Hospital. So making that early rotate, looking to get themselves into a strong spot to where they could start fragging out. They need to have a strong game here to have any qualifying. So keep an eye on them as they look like they might be trying to take that lighthouse compound down, or the radio tower in the field.
You can see that Ripper from Nutters is definitely determined in trying to do some damage to Gravity. Neerich actually getting headshot out of the vehicle. There we go. Now going to go on ahead and turn and get the flush, making sure that BNL is not going to be able to go on ahead and look over and steal it. The rest of Gravity trying to send their way up this mountain, but here comes BNL. Wade's trying to go for a little bit of a drive-by too, but not able to get any sort of angle. I don't know why he held it for that long. That seemed kind of awkward. But now it's a fight between BNL, Nutters, and that's actually it for Enan. Enan getting a knock onto Aguila. I mean, instantly punished out for that. The Snokes are coming out trying to save their teammate. I think Nutters are going to be able to save themselves. But BNL, I mean, 0 kills so far, 3 of them up. The question is, what?
BNL have actually started to push their way up top of this Everest Hill here. Dad's able to get a knock on his Sovereign, but Nightly is able to steal that from far. So Gravity, this team is just sitting at the bottom of this leaderboard on that 8th place. Desperately need to have a strong game and down to 2 players early. So very unfortunate for them. But again, like I said, Nightly getting in themselves some positions to steal kills away are going to look to have a strong year. Gravity are ended up leaving, going to go try and find themselves a central spot now.
Yeah, they just want to go on ahead and stay alive for as long as possible. BNL also not wanting to be any more aggressive on Nutters anymore, and it looks like Nutters doesn't want to be involved either, and they're kind of trying to rotate on out of there. It looks like a little bit of a mess of things have happened in the center here. Vertigo actually crashing onto the position of Odyssey. No, or the opposite actually. Wasn't Odyssey went on ahead and crashed onto Vertigo? Not quite sure, but the fact of the matter is that Vertigo is just down to Sambuca and Rahel A left, and it looks like Sambuca is the one alone in this compound versus 3 members of Odyssey. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to be able to do anything here, but it looks like Neferhor from 300 is going to go on ahead and help out by getting a knock on Tanaka.
Yeah, I think Odyssey had an opening knock onto, I believe it was SKZ there, but it was either 300 or Gascans stole away that kill from them. So they are left with zeros now. Tanaka's knocked, and they are going to pick up the res here. But Sambuca just in a weird position, playing in this compound by himself with the rest of Vertigo. I mean, he does have Relay support to the north, but it is just those 2 players remaining for the time being.
Yeah, I'd definitely be worried on that split, especially because the zone once again getting smaller. I mean, why do I always see like 300 shooting randomly off into the distance at nobody? I mean, because the zone is smaller, everybody else is going to start making these rotations in. We can actually see here that NoCap tried to go in towards where LR is. Blue being shot off, not killed somehow. But it does look like Manox is going to get a knock onto Stone Storm while Oldest is trying to deal with Sigsy. It's interesting that there's actually 3 teams outside of zone here. And with that, Oldest actually, with that DP, is going to get a knock onto them. Do they all have meme guns is now what I'm wondering. I can't tell because the majority of them are driving.
No, Honey Badger's rocking a barrel and SLR, so no meme guns from him. But very unfortunate for NoCap is, again, one of those teams just barely hanging on by small slivers, trying to get into this final position of qualifying. Taking a look over at Anime Thighs now, Nutters are trying to make a push onto their compounds, so they do have a strong position in these buildings right now. All 4 players are up as Nutters are trying to make their way in. So a lot of utility coming back and forth, a lot of smokes out right now. They did lose Aguila, so Anime Thighs look to have the advantageous position on this fight as Pankill just anchoring from behind.
Looks like Anime Thighs are going to go on ahead and be a little bit cautious on this, not wanting to push aggressively. I mean, they're the ones in charge of the compound, so they just have to wait for Nutters to be the ones to push in initially. It was Nutters that also went on ahead and crashed onto this, but it looks like they just want to go on ahead and play outside of this building for as long as possible, waiting to see if Anime Thighs are going to go tired of it and see if they do something instead. And actually, it might be starting now. All of Anime Thighs now inside this building to try and see if they could do anything to Nutters. Is there anyone around them to do damage? I think the only person that could are potentially play up there at the Wizard Tower, but I don't think that they have any sort of line of sights. Here comes the push, though, from Caden. There we go, pushing right in the shack. He's going to go ahead and get the knock onto Ripper and the flush. That means there's just 2 members left for Nutters. Oh, Caden is going to somehow spot out Jam. I don't quite know how. I can't even see what's happening. And then wait, how did he know? And then Caden also gets the last kill and a pan kill as well from Nutters. Nutters now completely eliminated. All I saw was white on my screen, though. He's nuts, I guess.
Yeah, that's just an incredible job from Anime Thighs there. Like we said, they are quite a bit of ways outside of this qualified spot as far as points go, but starting this game off with 4 kills could be that momentum that they need to kind of get aggressive with this and get themselves in a solid position going into the end of this game to get themselves a qualifying spot. So NoCap, again, one of these teams just barely hanging on, rotating through the middle of the zone, taking a lot of crossfire shots, but Ploob just barely able to make it down on that western side outside of the swamp there. So it does look like Knightley is going to aggress onto this now. And again, a team that desperately needs some kill points have seen NoCap push up into here, and they're looking to get aggressive on this immediately.
It looks like NoCap probably figuring that that's the case. They're going to get right back on their buggy and continue on their rotation. Ploob being on the back of that buggy is just absolutely being smacked. Honestly, I feel like they should trade positions because it's Ploob with the broken vest. But that just seems like how it's going to be for now, as the zone has once again, I mean, it's shifted, pulling up towards this northwestern spot. Everybody on this backside. I mean, it's been like this for a while, though, hasn't it? I mean, Gascans and Lost Reality, they've been outside on this compound for a long while now, and it looks like Gascans don't quite want to leave just yet. It seems like they want to go ahead and finish it off.
Say if we could take a look back at that no cap engagement, Plube just got an opening knock on Civil now as Nightly are starting to make this push. So one thing I wanted to point out too, Cap do need to get a couple points here. Is Gravity, that team that was just sitting below them, have managed to get 2 early kills, I believe, which was the other 2 members of No Cap. So at this moment, Gravity have just slightly edged No Cap by 1 point, going into the 7th and 8th place spot.
Yeah, so they definitely are desperate to hold on to their life here. It does look like they're making a bit of a rotation, probably to go in and take the buildings a little bit more secure hard cover, or just to try and get away. Oh, it looks like they're going to use it as a little bit of cover to drive away, but here they go, about to drive into this compound that Beast Gaming's actually really close to. It doesn't seem like they're going to be aggressively coming into this compound just yet. Hopefully they heard that vehicle. If No Cap can push these guys off, they might survive. Nope, they definitely heard them pulling up, so they're just going to continue on with their driving. It'll be interesting to see where they decide to try and pull up. Meanwhile, we can see in the distance, it looks like Gascans went on ahead and took out the Lost Reality members. It's only Dahoshi left for them.
Yeah, so as this circle starts to close, No Cap definitely need to get at least 1 point here, whether it be placement or kill point. They are slightly edging Gravity out on kill points now, but I mean, if one of these teams in the bottom half are to have a breakout game here, that could be the difference between them and Gravity being that last qualifying spot. If like say Nightly or Beast Gaming have an outstanding game here going into this last game.
It looks like Gascan's now pulling up on the hill where 300 currently resides. You can see Honey Badger is going to be the first one up. Looks like 300 actually is going to go on ahead and back up off of this. Throwing out some nades now. Will that catch any of these guys? Doesn't seem like it. The solo from Vertigo is actually going to go ahead and take out Adam. And now Viha and Neferhor, I don't think they realize that Gascans are so close to them. But if they're going to go on ahead and back up into zone, they need to go faster. And it also looks like they're taking some fire from Anime Thighs. Caden actually taking down Neff to 12 HP. Will he be able to get this off on time? Because this is phase 4 damage. I don't think... Oh, he got it at 1 HP. I can't believe that that worked for him. But just as I said that, Oldless is going to go on ahead and take him out.
Yeah, Gascan's doing a great job here just to stick with this and be able to get themselves in position. Oldless was able to cut them off, but Bien Boxic able to come in and get the knock as he was sitting low HP. So Sambuca trying to come in from far, able to get this med off as this fight keeps happening. Honey Badger with a great knock on a Bia, but Boxic is going to be there to trade it out. So that'll be Gascans going out in 14th place, but we will see them in that group stage final.
Looks like Sambuca also going on ahead, stealing the kill onto Viha. It looks like Vox is going to go on ahead and actually shoot his teammate's body for some strange reason, but it looks like 300 has to continue just as a 2-man after going on ahead and taking out Vertigo. Meanwhile, the zone once again is not on them, pulling even further to the northern side. Oh, a little bit of a drive-by action here happening between Protege from Black Mambas and the solo from LR. It looks like he's also trying to be shot at a lot by the rest of Black Mambas, driving straight towards the position where Barely Not Legal is currently. Will Dahoshi stop here? Oh, it looks like he is right into the face of Richie B, and with that, Lost Reality is going to be eliminated in 12th. We have 11 teams up. Not all of these guys are inside the zone just yet, and we can see that there might be some ratting happening over here from Menox from No Cap onto 4th of True Sight. Let's see if it's going to work. He has no idea.
Yeah, 4th, I think, is completely unaware. He is out there just trying to find info for his team. Minox playing very patiently, though, not peeking up. His 4th is checking all angles, but just doesn't have sightlines on Minox over top of that ridge. So the spray is going to come out from Minox and is going to clean that up for No Cap. And True Sight losing a player, but that kill point right there is critical for No Cap going into this final zone, as Gravity was just eliminated in that 11th place. So they are going to be holding that 8th place spot, and it's going to be Beast Gaming to take away from them.
Yep, we can see in the distance in front of Menox, he might try and go third party this. There's actually a fight between the remaining members of True Sight and 300 as they came and crashed onto the position. Looks like Headkick is down. Same with Barry Vibes. That means it's just down to Voxic and Arson for now. I mean, True Sight does have another member, but not in this compound just yet, I don't think. Oh no, that's all of them, isn't it? Yeah, it's just Arson. Looks like Zolmax actually went on ahead and crashed out. I don't know where he is currently, but he is downed.
Yeah, unfortunately for them now, 300 is going to take over that compound. Menex is trying to kind of come around and get an off angle here, maybe steal away some kills from 300 and True Sight here. But I think Menex is just going to try and get as many placement points as possible here, just kind of play cautiously because he knows Odyssey, if he's been watching the kill feed, Odyssey has been eliminated. So there's really only two teams at the moment that has any threat of kind of surpassing them in this fight.
Yeah, it also looks like on the northern side, it's actually currently occupied by three whole teams. It's going to be Beast Gaming, BNL, Barely Not Legal, and Black Mambas. We can see that both of these guys are trying to hold out. Barely Not Legal, Poor Richie B and Gats are going to have to be hiding inside these two stories, trying to survive. But, I mean, right when they try to make these rotations, Black Mambas and Beast Gaming, they're going to be ready for that, so... And with that, there we go. Looks like Gats is going to be taken down by Jake's nade, meaning it's just down to Richie B. And now we can see there's some sprays coming out from Beast Gaming, trying to capitalize off of that. And, I mean, Black Mambas now should know exactly where they are.
Yeah, so like we said, if Beast Gaming can string together a couple kills here, get a little bit farther into placement, that's where they're going to be the threat because I believe Gravity are just sitting at 57 points. So Beast Gaming here with that one kill, just now making it into placement points. It's going to come down to the wire with these last couple points here. Nightly also starting out with a solid game. They do have 3 kills with 4 men up. I think they have a little bit better position on Beast Gaming here. They're being very cautious, trying to just get angles, find out where everybody is, but Beast Gaming is starting to make a rotation south towards them.
Yeah, if they're not careful. I mean, Nightly Esports, they're definitely aware that there's people over to their north. They're hearing all of the bullets be shot around up there. I don't think BNL is going to be able to get out of the situation. We can see that Gats is just taking so much fire from Black Mambas. Who's going to get the last kills? The question. Macta trying to push on over with that M4, and Jake is going to go on ahead and to get the last hit. Barely Not Legal eliminated in 7th, and now it looks like Black Mambas might be interested in trying to push onto Beast Gaming. I mean, Protege definitely heard them earlier, but it actually looks like he went on ahead and backed up off of it, not wanting to entirely be there, though. Now, Beast Gaming definitely pushing into the position of Nightly Esports. Let's go on ahead and see if they spotted them out just yet. It doesn't quite look like it. None of them have just spotted them out, even though... Oh, it's because of this massive tree.
Yeah, I think Nightly know exactly where they are though, and they're just waiting for the right moment to make that aggression. You are, like you said, gonna have anime thigh or excuse me, just play and Black Mamas to the east. Black Mamas look like they were pushing over, but they've heard them fighting with just play, so they kind of pulled away from this. Petra has now spotted them out, so he is gonna feed that info over to Beast Gaming. Specio just waits on, looking for someone to make a mistake here.
A lot of util going back and forth now. Let's see if this nade is going to be able to do anything. It's going to go on ahead and land directly in the tree, so unable to do anything there. And here comes the push from Bistio. Bistio being super aggressive is going to be pushed by both Uncivil and Morns, being there's still just 2 members up for Beast Gaming. Nike unable to really do anything. He does get the knock on Uncivil. Will he be able to get the flush? Oh, he's just on the other side of that ridge now. But Soul, oh, there we go. Getting the knock, the flush coming out. He gets knocked though, so that means Beast Gaming is just 1 up. I mean, we can see on the complete other side of the zone that there was a fight between Just Play and Black Mambas. Black Mambas gonna come out on top, and it looks like the rest is onto Dash and Jake are coming into play. Meanwhile, I mean, Nightly Esports is continuing to try and be aggressive.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with Knightley and Beast here. I mean, if Knightley can take out Beast, they'll be in a good position to clean up that fight. Sneak attack A is able to get the flush on his soul as Nike's just the last person remaining, but does have full HP as the rest of these Knightley squad is dattered. But Tetra are able to clean up that fight. So now I'm wondering if Beast have actually made it past Gravity or if they're just falling 1 point short. I'm not 100% sure there. So we'll have to keep an eye on this leaderboard. Is now Knightley with 6 kills, looking to take this win in their hands. If they could pick up a couple kills, they could also find themselves into a qualifying spot. So this really is, Span, going to come down to the last wire here. But I do think Knightley need to get aggressive on these last 2 teams if they want to have any shot.
Yeah, luckily for them, they're the ones that are on the complete opposite side of zone from the other two teams. So this could mean that 300 might make a rotation directly into Black Mambas. And if that's the case, right when 300 and Black Mambas start fighting, right when there's down on either side, that is going to be the time for knightly Esports to start pushing aggressively on this. And I think we're about to see it quite shortly. There we go, Voxic spotting out Protege, taking him down to around almost 30 HP. Head kick, though, is going to be able to peek on over, spot him directly beside that tree, and get the knock. So now on that, knightly Esports should be springing into action. It's still a 2v3 situation for 300 versus Black Mambas, though. Looks like MacDub's job is actually to hold the northern side to make sure no one pushes on them. Oh! But it looks like it does not go in the favor of 300 PUBG. Eliminated in third. They just didn't win their last two gunfights versus Dash and Jake. And now they're getting the res onto Protege.
Yes, Knightly have spotted out MacDub here on this north side, so they did exchange a little bit of fire, but no shots really connecting with one another. But it really is going to come down to this last game span. I mean, Black Mambas are too far down there to really have any chance of qualifying. So this is Knightly's game to win or lose for themselves. But as long as they pick up one more kill here, we're going to see a really tight bottom 8 for the rest of this game.
Looks like they're definitely playing this very slowly. They could still be wondering if this is a 4v3 situation, but even if they knew exactly what it was, they're still going to want to try and play this as carefully as possible because, I mean, they know where MacDub is. They heard that fighting earlier, so they could probably assume that, hey, we don't know where everybody is, and it looks like they actually are in the bad side of this zone shift. Honestly, like, it went towards them, but there's no way that knightly Esports can really play their side unless they push up as fast as possible to try and play some of these very slight ridges before Black Mambas gets there. It already looks like Dash, though, is there. It looks like he got a little bit of a presence taking that crate. He's now decked out with level 3 gear.
Yeah, I hate to be the spoiler, but if Knightly do want to qualify, looking at this leaderboard here, I think they're gonna definitely need at least one more kill in a second place. Tetra with that opening knock on a MacDub, though, this could be exactly what they need. Is and now looks like Marnes and Sneak Attack are gonna try and get aggressive towards this center part of zone, but Dash and Protege do have pretty good spots. A little bit of high ground just to Knightly's east here. So Spray is going to come out towards Marnes. A little bit of damage going on to him, but he is able to get some cover behind these trees and should be able to get his heal off here.
Looks like knightly Esports now taking a little bit of a defensive position. They definitely want to try and be as careful as possible. Morn's here using the smokes to make sure that he can go on ahead and make rotation. And it looks like they're trying to go ahead and surround Black Mambas. I don't think any sort of res is going to happen on the MacDub. You can see him bleeding off in the distance on the northern side. They're just deciding to go on ahead and try to focus on the rest of these teams. The rest of these players, rather, I should say.
Yeah, I think Knightly are realizing this too because they do want to let MacDub bleed out, as that's going to be the one kill that they need to get themselves in this 8th place spot. So, I mean, it's a very tough position for them to be in right now, kind of stuck on this edge of zone. Black Mambas does have a good spread here with a little bit of higher ground, but Knightly also with the decent spread. So you will see they are making their push now. A lot of utility coming out from Marnes as he is trying to make his way up this ridge. Dash and Protege just right over there. So MacDub will bleed out. That's going to be the kill that Knightly needed. So if they can pull together a couple more kills, then they're going to be guaranteed. And Tetra now coming out with the knock on a Jake. And this is the opening that Knightly needed. A push on a Dash. They are going to knock. Now the spray's coming out to Protege, but he has traded Sneak and Marnes.
That means it's just down to Tetra, bro. It's just down to 1v1, Protege and Tetra here. I don't think they're going to be able to get reses on either of these. They're definitely aware of that. Tetra with a very broken vest, starting to go for a little bit of a push over. The smokes are coming out, though. I think they realize is like, hey, the reses are starting to happen. Let's go on ahead and get a res ourselves. Protege still with really nice armor, so Tetra is going to go on ahead and try to get the res onto Sneak Attack. I mean, Jake's role as he was down was to try and get information, but unable to do so. Now that he's bled out, here comes the Molotovs. It looks like another nade went on ahead and bounced off of Morn's head. Actually, a flush going on to him as well. Is now back to a 2v2 between knightly Esports and Black Mambas. Who is going to win this game? Tetra getting knocked into Protege. Dash is currently using that box as his cover. What is going to happen here?
some more utility coming out from Sneak, and that's going to be a great spray span. And I think Nightly's done it. I think they've solidified themselves a qualification position with a win and 10 kills. That's exactly what they needed to make happen, and they went and did it.
That is nuts to hear. I mean, you always love to hear a little bit of a underdog kind of story here, and I mean, you've been right. I mean, Nightly Esports have been on the right side, the wrong side of the leaderboard this entire time so far, and it looks like if you have done your math correctly and they made it on the left side, they could be going on ahead and qualifying for groups, and along with 7 other teams, and we're going to go on ahead and wait for a little bit to see those points go on ahead and add up, and we're going to go and be right back with that leaderboard as soon as it is updated. So don't go anywhere, y'all. We'll be back with that update as soon as possible. Hello, everybody. We're back for the last time of round of 32 for Spark Series Lobby B. I'm SpanCargo. This is 6Speed. Go ahead and say hello.
Hey guys, so I know everybody's waiting to see that final lobby after that last exciting game that we had. So Span could go ahead and bring that up. We can get right into it.
There they are. Those are the points. As we can see here that our top 8 teams, a big congratulations, round of applause, whatever you want to call it, pat on the back. It's going to be Guadalajara Gascans, 300 PUBG, Lost Reality, Barely Not Legal, Just Play, Nutters, Nightly Esports, and No Cap. They're going to be round up our top 8, moving on to groups for the Spark series. And I mean, I just can't believe, first of all, how many points Gascans were able to go on ahead and get in this qualifying round. I mean, 300 PUBG also joining them, going over the 100 points as well. And just how close, honestly, this all was. That came down to the last game for Nightly Esports, that 20-point game to jump them into 7th. And I mean, big shout out to all of these teams who tried their best. I mean, even look at the difference from 8th to 9th. 59 points to 61 points. I mean, that's just insane, isn't it, 6Speed?
Yeah, unfortunately for Gravity, they're not able to make anything happen in that last game. So Nightly just pulling on an incredible show in game 6 of today, just able to propel themselves into the 7th place spot. I mean, from a player's perspective, there's nothing more stressful than a last game situation, the last fight. It's going to come down to those last couple of points. I can only imagine the stress that Nightly's going through. And when they hear the news that they've made it into that group stages, they're going to be extremely pleased with that.
Definitely. If you guys want to go on ahead and continue to look at that, you can do exclamation point leaderboard, but also the top 8 teams for our Lobby A has actually been announced. So I'm going to go on ahead and read down that list real quickly for y'all as well. So the other 8 that are going to be joining these guys that we just watched qualify are going to be Slappers Only, Throwback, Team Woolcow, Team Edge, Mixed Results, Ascendance Esports, Underrated, and Livery. I mean, just all of these teams are absolutely nuts. I'm so excited to be able to go on ahead and continue to watch these games from now on. So just so much talent. And on that note, actually, so that is the end of these qualifying rounds. Up next is going to be groups, and the first day of groups is starting on March 19th at 6 p.m. ET. 6 p.m. EDT. So definitely stressing that for y'all. If you guys want to go ahead and catch that, it's on Torchprod's Twitch, and it's going to be casted by Chunks. So that's very exciting. And also, I mean, is there anything else for you to say, 6B, before I go on ahead and wrap this up?
No, that's it for me. I had a great time casting this event with you, Span. It's been super fun. It's been my first time co-casting with you. I just want to thank everybody that's been watching the stream as well. You guys are like the reason that we like doing this. Like, it's always nice to get the feedback from you guys, the nice messages and everything. I'm sure Span enjoys them too. So thank you guys for that.
Definitely, yeah. So thank you guys so much for your support for these teams and us. Definitely love seeing all that stuff like 6Speed just said. And I mean, otherwise, I will personally see you guys very soon on my channel. Actually, we're going to see 6Speed a little bit, as well as Rise Showdown finals are coming up, but that's an entirely different event. Go ahead and check out the events that are happening for the rest of this month for PUBG. And I'm going to actually put a little bit of a shout out for 6Speed in my channel, but if you guys can go on ahead and support him at twitch.tv/6speed. So that's it. So thank you once again. Shout out to Torchlight Productions for hosting this. Thank you CD6 and J-Buller for having 6Speed and I as casters. And that's it for us. See you guys in the chat of groups for the remainder of Spark series. Have a good night, day, wherever you are, and I'll see you guys later.